Good morning and welcome to today's live show. We're jumping on just a little bit early here. I might have to hop away from the computer before the open just for a split second, but I wanted to have this up for you guys because I wanted to show you guys this level of 523.49. That is your second standard deviation move, and you actually went below that before we actually got some data this morning. We did get some data this morning that came out. Non-farm payrolls coming out at 228K. Here, I'll pull that over since we have time. Non-farm payrolls 228K. See how people reads into that little revision there, it seems. And then unemployment 4.2, expected pretty much to be 4.2, but that is an increase. So very, very interesting there. We will see what happens as far as the price goes from there. Now, just to be clear here, there is extreme fear. And so, yes, I am in the plan for this overall. If you're a part of Patreon, I went on there earlier today and just typed out exactly what pretty much my plan for if this scenario would happen was. And the overall plan for that was to buy the extreme fear, because the risk to reward in this scenario is that people are going to short extremely at the lows, and we at least get a bounce before we actually crash down lower, or we get some kind of V shape. So I will be buying the fear today, and it should be a lot of fun. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Hopefully you guys are managing your trades and managing position size. I've noticed that since I did this different style this time, I said, do I necessarily like it? I kind of like my back and forth style more, but I do find myself missing out on some potentially big moves when that happens. So in this case, it's like not necessarily, but I haven't really seen how the play has fully played out yet. And it is a kind of interesting emotionally, but I'm not really that scared of it. And I think that's just because I never risked an amount of money that would really hurt me or even just ruin a weekend, right? I'm not risking an amount of money that would just be like, actually send pain to myself, actually give my life some pain. And the other parts of that is I don't necessarily think that losing that percentage, I mean, that's usually what I make in about a month. So pretty much I'm giving up like a month's worth of gains for this type of play. And if this all goes wrong, well, I can still sell and not have that full loss. But I am going to be buying people's fear today. I am doing a risk to reward play. I am seeing that the daily is still holding divergence and we're going down to lower levels. And I think that over the next 3 trading sessions, we could see something crazy. So that's what I'm going to do. This is in no way advice. This is in no way any kind of inclination for you to do anything with your money to make a decision. I'm just talking about the decision that I'm making with my own money. And I think that's perfectly fine to say out there. It does not mean do the same thing as me. If you tried to do the same thing as me, yeah, you're probably seeing that you probably shouldn't do that. You have to make your own decisions. You can't just follow some guy on the internet, but I will be buying right down at these levels. Wanted to make that very clear. I felt like that was important this morning. Make that very, very clear. Happy positive vibes. Trying to use that dry powder. What a prediction. I'm not predicting here, but if you wanted to say a prediction would be wherever I put my money. And so I am putting my money up here. I'm putting my money up here, right? That's it. So I can give you all the predictions in the world, but I don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what's going to happen, but I know that risk to reward wise, bam to the upside looks nice. And I have a lot of data points. I mean, you guys, how many times in the last year have we gone outside of a monthly expected move in the first week, first 2 weeks of the month, and then we go back into that monthly expected move? Now, in this scenario, we have landed outside of a monthly expected move here, right? Last month. So how likely is it to land outside of monthly expected moves twice? Very unlikely. So I'm just going to be buying people's fear. I don't think that's a big problem to say. I think that's fine. Make your own decisions. If you think crash, that's awesome. You're doing well. That's awesome. I congratulate you. That's fantastic. But I'm going to be buying people's fear today. Pre-market is below the monthly expected move. Yes, you are below the monthly expected move for almost every single stock that we do cover, weirdly enough, except for NVIDIA. And I think NVIDIA might be like right at it or something like that. Nope, NVIDIA is within its monthly expected move. That's why I'm like, everyone's saying this is absolutely terrible. I'm still watching NVIDIA, and I'm still watching this and going, yeah, some things are getting dramatic to the downside, but I had my plan for this, and the plan, with this type of strategy, I knew it would be very different for me. We knew it would be very different for me, but it said start scaling in for potential squeeze moments, start scaling in for those moments, last scale in, and then we see if reversal signals are here or if we V-shape. And if one of those 2 scenarios happens, I can hold on to this bad boy. So I'll be holding it. I think that this isn't as bad as it is. I think that everyone who's saying it bad got everything wrong in 2024. I think everyone that's saying it's bad got everything wrong with the election on the mainstream media. I think everyone that says it's bad is not looking at it from a business perspective. They're looking at it from a short-term perspective, and they're not looking at it from a bargaining chip perspective, and they're saying it's going to be a huge tax, which is just, in my opinion, pretty incorrect, but that's my opinion, and that's why I'm moving my money this way. Everyone thinks about money differently. That's why you have to make your own decisions. But for me, my decision will still be buying the dip, especially today. Things are really cheap. Doesn't mean you should. Maybe you should bet against me, right? If that's what you think. I just think that that's pretty extreme. Now, you do hit those extreme levels and you see crazy things, but I'm just saying this is something that I'm willing to hold on to for, say, another few days, right? Technically, my plan goes awry on, I have to look at what price is at on April 10th. But thank you guys for joining me this morning. Hopefully you guys are doing well out there. Hopefully you're having a decent morning, even with the big downside. Another gap down, another gap left behind. And I'm going to say, we'll see, right? At the end of the day, there are some things going on, like NVIDIA not even going outside of a monthly expected move. It still can. Now, JP Morgan just crashed their own stock. That post that they made, I don't know why they overall did this, but I want to see if a daily divergence pops up for JP Morgan as well. This would be very interesting for JP Morgan to do it. I don't know why they would come out with that statement. I mean, it obviously makes people want to sell JP Morgan. So if a change happens, JP Morgan can see a snapback. And I think that would be interesting. The other thing that I was paying attention to was gold, GLD. Okay, gold is dropping off. Now, in crash moments, gold actually can drop off initially and then be seen as a safe haven. But for the time being, if crash is really on the table, I would expect gold to be going in that upward direction. So gold is actually coming off here, which could be still a signal, right? We need to see if it rotates back up. But if it confirms this divergence here, yeah, I'm kind of looking at gold going, why would that come down? Why would it continue to come down, right? If it reacts up, that's a different story. But if it continues to come down, if that ends up continuing the downside, that would be very interesting to me because that would mean people aren't really flying to the safe haven. Now, TLT was up by I think 2% at one point. I think 2%, right? I think it's up 2.5%, right? So we had this going on here. If that confirms down, bad, right? We could make structure to head up. There's a bullish and bearish case, but this is running into some key levels. And TLT, we'll see what happens with this, but I think this is getting a little overdone. We'll see, right? Overall, this is kind of a risk to reward. Take it for what it is, and then see what happens over the next few trading sessions. That was the overall plan down here. Sure, it's maybe not the most intelligent and crazy, and it might be a very simplistic plan. It's pretty much just, hey, if everyone gets extremely fearful and we're outside of the monthly expected move very early on in the month, buy that thing. That was my plan for this type of scenario. We got there even faster than I expected. I expected something like this, some kind of consolidative move today, drop on Monday, and then we see what happens. But so far, we're getting the drop on Friday, so this is the moment where I'm supposed to react. This is the moment. This is pretty much the last moment for me, too. This is the last one. So I got to see what happens over the next 3 trading sessions. I might. Can I do this? Actually, let's do a poll. Let's do it. Let's do this. Is this the stock market crash? Let's do that. Let's start a poll. Sub 5K. Bold call. Yeah, Tony. Buy the dip, guys. These tariffs are too crazy to stay in. Nope, bottom's in. MAGA really out here getting my cheeks clapped is what I voted for. Hey, that's fine. Yeah. You guys can talk politics. We ain't talking politics in here. No, thank you. But we might be live for most of the day today. I decided to maybe just stay on YouTube most of the day today. Some people saying no so far. I like big butts and I cannot lie. Stop lying to us, Short Fridays. Gosh. Maybe Tony. Probably more so not. The thing is, like, I don't think Trump wants to see the stock market go down. I just think we have serious problems that he has to take care of. Now we're back in that 95% zone. Very interesting. But yeah, so if you weren't aware and you weren't here for the beginning of the stream, here you go. 523.49. That is the weekly second standard deviation. If you're part of Patreon, go check Patreon. We actually put out the second standard deviations for all of the stocks that we cover on this channel, and you can get those downside moves. We did put those out this morning so you can see it. And then we notice that we're right at that level right now. This is a 95% zone, right? This is a 95% zone. I think it goes up to about here. So 95% zone right there. And that's for this week, though. So it will change next week. So this is where extreme things are happening and extreme fear is justified. But in times of extreme fear, I'm going to buy that fear. That's it, right? Very simple thing. New era GLD? Maybe not, right? Lucas, what do you think about the monthly charts or on major indices? They flip. Does that mean more lower from here? You are 4 days into the month. I want you to understand. You know, what was it? It was here. Look at this. How many days into the month were you? 5 days into the month. Snapback. This was outside of the monthly expected move pretty dramatically as well, if you recall. It was like in the same type of area. And you come down, and then you snap back. Now, we had help from NVIDIA. This time, we don't necessarily have the best help from NVIDIA. So this will be, I would say, even more risky than back in August. This will be more risky than back in August. But I'm going to buy that fear. You are very early on in the month. So if you're looking at a monthly chart right now and you're using it as analysis and you're seeing that you're at that monthly 20, and then you're going, okay, well, if we're at that monthly 20, we're crossing over the MACD. Oh my gosh, this is going to go all the way down to here, right? That would potentially happen. The only thing is, how much time does this have before it's able to actually give you that confirmation, right? If you're treating this as confirmation right now, well, then you have pretty much, 26 days that could go wrong for you because it's not confirmed. This is not confirmed on the monthly scale, right? That's it. That's it on the monthly scale. It can still be that moment, but it's not a good confirmation. It's too early on in the month, in my opinion. Now, that can still be right now. And if that is your risk and that is how you are seeing it and that is the decision you want to make, it's your money. You need it now. No, it's your money. Do what you want with it. But for me and what I'm doing, I'm already out of investments. So I'm not worried about, if a big drop happens, hey, awesome, I'll buy things cheaper. But the monthly scale, I just want to remind you, you are 4 days into the month. 4 days. Doesn't mean it can't go seriously wrong from here. It can't get worse. It can, right? But the risk to reward says upside for the rest of the month. And you have 26 days to figure it out. Let it burn, Ta. No, it's fine. I'm like, the thing is, when you're looking at this from a perspective of managing your position size, I already managed my portfolio whole position size by getting out of investments, holding a lot of cash. The thing that I'm doing now is just trading the in between. If we crash down by another, 100 points, I would still sit there and be like, okay, do we have basing out? Are we starting to get to critical levels? Do I want to start to invest? Where are the stocks that I'm looking at? How cheap are they? I would start to look from the investment standpoint. It's going to take months for the market to recover. That's awesome. That's what you believe. That's awesome. Go ahead. Like I said, at the end of the day, you can think I'm crazy, but maybe it won't look as crazy in hindsight. It's easy to say this is crazy to do right now. Short Fridays, those leaders will be ringing the phone off the hook this weekend trying to make deals. Monday will bounce up hard. I'm kind of in the same thought pattern, but I'm not going to expect that to happen, you know? Hey, if you guys believe it, the thing is, you got to be aware that it can go wrong. That's why in this scenario, right, in this type of trading that I wanted to try out, just seriously having conviction with my macro side, with what's going on, and understanding like, hey, the risk to reward here. That's mainly what this decision is. That's why it would be very hard to follow my trade, and that's why I've been saying for the last like week and a half, like, do not follow what I'm doing. I'm doing things completely differently this time. Every Friday, just about sells off. Then Monday bounces up again. Come Fridays are backbaited. Lucas, you got it. Get rich for all of us. You got to get rich for all of us. I mean, the goal is to be a successful trader over time and have a good life. That's the goal. The goal is to keep being a successful trader and continue that for a consistent period of time. And then at the end of the day, that should improve my life at home. And then, yeah, I might have more money in my bank account at the end of it all. Right? That's the overall goal. Now, this is in, like I said, everyone does stuff differently. You got to do what's comfortable for you. But I'm just gonna watch this today and be like, all right, this is part of the plan. All right, let's look at put call levels. Let's do that before the day fully starts. Damn, we have, where are we at now? 530 is the bigger level. 490. 490 is a big level for today. A lot of things out at 490. And then from here, we have 550. The two higher points, but not as high as 490, are going to be 530 and 550, just so you can see that. See that real quick. You see that there's a huge amount at 490, 530, 550. Right? So I think if you get above 530, that would be a good sign, but we'll see what happens. So far, you are very much so below it. And 530 was actually right at around that monthly expected move. And we are back. Ooh, we're snapping back a little bit. Not anything to be crazy, though. I do want to look at something real quick on the 30-minute. I want to look at that, that low from... How big of a move was that? Opened. That was a 4% drop in one day. This is a lighter gap down than that. You have the gap from here to here. That was 4%, now 2%. We'll see what's going to happen with that thing. Okay. It's August? Yeah, that's August. Okay. August 7th. Okay. Oh my goodness. Can I actually move this stuff around? I need to update all of these. This is a problem. It's a big problem. I got to update those. Yeah, let's make sure to update at least that one. Or yeah, things are going to be real cheap. And this one. Double check that. 8. Just getting everything set up. All right, we're good. All right, so I need to do that and that at the open, and we'll be good to go. All right. Buy with conviction, you can do it. Well, it's like, this is the whole point, is managing those emotions in crazy times. Isn't 17%? Let me see. If the stock price moves to the price band and does not move back within the price band within 15 seconds, trading in the stock will pause for 5 minutes. These price bands are 5%, 10%, 20%, or lesser of 0.15. So 75%, depending on the price of the stock and where the stock is designated as tier 1, tier 2. Let's get out of this. Level 1, if the S&P 500 drops by 7% from the previous day's close before 3:25 p.m. Eastern Time, trading is halted for 15 minutes. Level 2, if the S&P 500 falls by 13% from the previous day's close before 3:25, trading halts again for another 15 minutes. And 20%. So you got 7%. Sorry, I said 17. 17, or God dang it, I did it again. 7%, 13%, and 20% by end of the day would cause the circuit breaker to trigger. I wouldn't really just go out and say that, Chris. I wouldn't necessarily just be like, oh, if it gets halted, it's now bullish. It is a way for it to stop the bleeding, and then you kind of see. But yeah, check the VIX. VIX is up, 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 up. This thing is going like absolutely mental right now, up to the levels where you start to see fading. That's why I have these levels kind of marked off. So this is a big deal. Weirdly enough, we saw more volatility on August 5th, which is just the funny thing to me. We saw that huge spike on August 5th. If this is the highest spike we get, we could see that continue into Monday or something like that. I'm not saying it has to snap back right now or anything. But you can look back to August and be like, man, that was even worse. Technically, you'd be like, oh man, that's even worse. I think that bull bear survey probably important to look at as well. I assume that looked like insane. If we didn't hit the highest levels, I'll be impressed. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So we have hit, looks like right here, if the pop-ups can stop happening. Looks like right here, 61.9%, 21.8% are bullish, actually, and that's higher than over here, actually. That's very interesting to me. Not nearly as many people neutral, so this has really shifted. Now we do notice that the 1-year bearish high, yeah, that would be it right there. 61.9%. A lot of bearishness. There is a lot of bearishness in crash moments. It makes sense. It's probably even worse now than Samson, huh? Good morning, Fred. How you doing? Where are the tunage? Here, let's do this. This'll maybe be better actually. Let me do this. Oh, come on. Why is this thing all messed up? Come on, dude. Everything is so funky. Okay, there we go. Really 50-50 on that poll so far. 100 votes. Thank you guys for voting. Why is this guy up? Oh, yeah, that's right. The Ryan Cohen thing. GME is positive. AMC is not. Oh, GME, you're a funny guy. All right, we're going to be chilling for most of the day. Doug TV's like, I won't take anything less than 1,000% gain. Doug's just going for things. What's Tesla do? Tesla hasn't even lost the low. That's kind of wild. I still think Tesla has that moment to add on to the pylon of selling. I think that Tesla could do that, right? Daily crosses down. 2 hour not able to confirm back up. So this is starting to go negative. So you start to lose these levels. You might start to curl over daily charts soon. But we'll see. It's still holding up relatively well for, especially for a lot of things. And even Nvidia is holding up relatively well and even making a little bit of a comeback here. We'll see if that actually lasts. I expect that retail hour would be pretty bearish with this type of price action. So we'll see. Now we are back at the daily expected move, correct? We are back inside the daily expected move now. Tesla holding up very well. Amazon is down at those extremely low levels, right? 169 down in these areas. Now, for Amazon, that means that you are wiping out a lot of signals, and this would be potential for risk to reward at this point, right? This is the last step of my plan that really could either go right or wrong. This is kind of the last phase here. This was the last little note that I had. From here on out, it's all on me, right? So the last part of the phase for Amazon was the same as the SPY, right? If we see things get outside of monthly expected moves early on in the month, buy that fear. That's what my plan was. I am not suggesting that for anyone. Do not take this as a suggestion. This is why I told you, do not trade like me. I am trading completely different. Usually you see me react when we see, right? When we see a 2 hour cross down, usually you see me reacting. When we see the reaction up here, right? This never really curled back up until it was at lower levels. So I would have reacted normally, but in this case, I am scaling in throughout this entire area because I believe we will be above that area in a month. And some of those contracts are now a little bit less than a month. So it's starting to get tight. But that's why I took that's why we have May 2nd. right? One of them I have April 25th. One of them I have April 2nd to give myself that little bit of extension. So in this scenario is different. So Samson, normally I will be looking for those reversal signals outside of monthly expected moves. Okay, so if we look at the SPY and we go over here, this is the type of stuff I'm looking for right there. The little divergences on the 2-hour, the divergence on the 30-minute that was here. That's what I mainly look for. In this scenario, it could be different, right? This scenario, I think that we have a good chance for a snapback. Not saying that has to happen. I believe that the morning could be bearish. I believe all day today could be bearish, to be totally honest. I believe we could be bearish until for the next 3 trading sessions. But for the time being, my plan was if we go outside of a monthly expected move to buy the fear. If people are in extreme fear, you are seeing drastic extreme fear right now. So that was my plan. So this is much different than back here. Normally, I would wait, right? This would come down like this. I would wait to see something like that before we actually head to the upside. But just in case, and I think that we have a good chance of it because people are so bearish, I think this could start to go the wrong way on them very fast as they place those big crash bets. Notice that I have not updated my Twitter at all because it is still the most probable thing to me. I still think that the most probable thing to me is that we are going to see this move shake people out below yesterday's low. We are below the low. Okay, awesome. We actually are shaking out below this low, which is pretty crazy, right? Now, from that point, I think emotional traders will bet big on a stock market crash, creating a massive bear trap, and then we short squeeze. That's what I still think to this moment right now. It does not mean that I'm right 100%. It does not mean that you should do what I do. But this is where, being on YouTube and making decisions with your money, people see it. And so I want to be honest about what I'm doing. And that is, this was the last part of my plan was if you see this, get outside of that monthly expected move within the first 2 weeks, then I'm supposed to buy the fear if we are in extreme fear. We are in extreme fear. Right? Normally, I would look for those reversal signals, but because we are already at the most extreme fear levels I have seen in a very long time, I think you're at almost 5 now, then I'm going to buy that fear. And that was the plan. And I'm going to stick to my plan, right? Trust me, there's a little guy inside. The little guy inside me is going, don't stick to the plan. Don't stick to the plan. Sell it at the low. Sell it at the low. Sell it at the low. That's happening in my brain. Don't care, right? I've learned to ignore that guy. And I'm going to do what I think is right based on the percentages. And that's what I'm doing right now. I have to follow my plan at least, right? Maybe in 3 days, I could convince myself otherwise. 3 more trading sessions, I can convince myself otherwise, right? Technically, I'm supposed to give myself till April 10th. We'll see how it goes, right? But we will see. We're outside of the monthly expected move, 4 days into the month. And this is where people make those crazy decisions that say, okay, wow. Okay, here's how it goes. Is it as bad as it seems, right? Because right now, people who wanted this probably like this. I'm not even like that. I'm still looking at it skeptically. I'm going, is this as bad as it seems? Some people are going to treat it like it's awful. Some people are going to be very, very bullish and be very, very happy about it and be smiling with their tongue out going, ha, the crash is happening. That's fine. I'm choosing not to be this cocky guy. I'm choosing not to be the overly sad guy. I'm choosing to be the skeptical guy who's reading into the percentages and making a decision. Do I want to open a short position here? No, I'm not going to chase anything. I'm going to take the opposite side to it. And that's just as far as I'm going to go with that, right? That's the emotional side that I think is going to take place here. And that's the decision I've made, so I'm going to stick to my plan. You might hear me say stick to my plan a lot today because there's a little guy that's saying, hey, don't sell at the lows. It's bad. Look how bad it is. It's really bad. It's really bad. And it might be right. But there's a higher percentage right now that it is wrong. There's a higher percentage to see a move back in the monthly expected move by the end of the month, which means we could take all month to base out down here and then see an upside move. So we still could create structure. And I have to pay attention to that. So we'll be watching. It's crazy to get higher unemployment today. It would be really, really crazy to see that higher unemployment. Look how crazy this would be. No one would see it coming. We go down on recession because of, say, recession scares due to tariffs. Okay, that's the JP Morgan thing. So we go down due to that. And then we get unemployment increasing in the reading. That points towards recession. And then imagine we head up. That would be very, very crazy to happen. No one would see it coming. And I'm not saying I'm betting for no one to see it coming. I'm just betting on the percentages and reading into what's going on and going, wow, this could get worse. We just got an increase by 0.1% in the overall unemployment. Man, that on top of all the recession scares already, that's bad. That is bad. Don't care. Right? Right? The little guy cares. He's shouting at me right now, but I'm not even nervous at this point, right? I never do any amount of money that's going to make me nervous. I never do an amount of money that's going to even ruin a weekend, let alone maybe an entire month, right? It's just not going to be a bad time. I'm a good enough trader that I know, hey, losses happen, but I think that this is the best risk to reward play for myself. Movements are getting crazier and crazier. This is not as crazy as yesterday. 3.46, 2.3. This is not as crazy as yesterday. You do not have the same implied volatility as yesterday. Even though people saying you have crazy implied volatility. No, you don't. This day you did, and it proved to be a crazy day. You had a huge amount of implied volatility. This day you have a smaller amount of implied volatility. We look at risk to reward differently. If you see this and you see the risk to reward you see the reward in the downward direction. Right? Let's do the Bollinger Band thing. Bollinger Band, you're way outside of that thing. You know, retesting the 5 is going to be important. You know, if this is going to sell off more, I'm not saying this can't sell off more later. I'm just saying this is a huge percentage area. Okay? So if this wants to, it could do this and then sell off again. Perfectly fine. But from a risk to reward perspective, you're like, it's a low probability. Your probabilities are pointing that way. It's just you're experiencing something crazy right now. This was what we made very evident in the Patreon, right? We said you're pretty much experiencing a 5% thing because when we made the video, you were out here. You're experiencing a 5% chance moment. So if you made money in this move, you potentially made more money. You made money while 95% of people potentially lost money. Nah, just a little time. Have people been giving you a hard time? A little bit. Short Fridays. This is just like May 30th of last year. It's a lot like May 31st of last year, where everyone said stock market crash, and I disagreed, and I said I'm going to disagree with my money, and then we snapped to the upside, and then some people were nice and they came back and apologized. I'm not saying I have to be right. I'm not saying I had to be right here, but it's the same type of deal. We actually had more to go off of here. We had more to go off of here. We don't have nearly as much to go off of here besides just like, hey, the risk to reward here is the reward is in the upward direction now, according to your monthly expected moves. Jim, how do you feel about IWM 4-year time frame? IBM. Did I say IWM? I don't know. IBM holding up relatively well. Now, that's a serious rejection off those moves. We're coming down to lower levels. You see that the 2-hour chart isn't looking the most like, oh, yes, this is great. I can read into it. So this is more like swing trade perspective at this point, right? Do I actually see the MACD confirm up? Do I see the price action confirm up above the moving averages, the MACD and the RSI all confirm up at the same time? That's what I'd overall be looking for IWM to continue the positivity. If it's going to not do that, then you probably see negativity and you go down for a gap fill. right? You're building a lot of liquidity in here right now. So that's how I would just make it simple. But thank you so much for the $2, Jim. Yeah, I want to make it very, 4-year time frame. You're looking at a 4-year time frame. I don't know if I've ever really done too much analysis on a 4-year time frame. Can I add one? Months 48, 4-year time frame. I think you're more so saying like looking all the way like this, right? I'm assuming you're meaning like looking like this, right? So IBM, I mean, overall, it's remained positive a lot through those turmoil kind of times, right? Does this look like like this right now? Or does it just look like this? This looks a lot like this. So let's see if it turns up into positive territory, right? There's no divergences here, really. I mean, you probably have a 2-hour one at the top there with the double top, maybe even a triple one with the wick coming in there. But for the most part, this has held up well over time. If it's going to lose this low, you do add those risks of going down to like 225. But if you just curl up on this MACD, hey, you can see positivity. So this means wait for confirmation. This is still negative right now. This is still bad right now for IBM. But it can get better, right? It will give you a signal to react to, right? If it is going to be positive, you will get a signal to react to. And that's how I would read into it so far. I would really, really like IBM at 225. Yeah, that gap fill. It's just you're not going to have the better daily look at that point. Can it go lower today? Someone in chat, answer the question. Can any stock today go lower? Can any stock go lower? Can any stock go higher? The answer to that question is always yes. The answer is just yes, all the time. Okay? The better question is, how probable is it to keep going down from where it is at right now? Okay? What is here, let's do a 30-minute chart. Let's go in, okay? Look at where it is. This purple line right here, this dotted purple line, that is the bottom side of your 95% zone for the week. This would say that you have a 5% chance to close the day outside of that area. So if you make a move outside of that area early on in the day, that would say you have a 95% chance to get back above that level by the end of the day. Probabilities always matter. If they don't matter now, then how can they matter a week from now? If they don't matter now, how can they matter a month from now? They always matter. It's just you're saying, oh, I'm experiencing a 5% moment. You are. You're experiencing technically about a 5% moment right now. That is very unlikely to happen. It did. That is still a percentage. That is still a percentage to happen. Probabilities are there at every single moment of every single day. That is how people make decisions. No, we haven't ignored them. They helped us here, right? We went back up and went to the monthly expected move 1, 2, 3 times, got back in it. We just lost it at the end of the month. You literally were not seeing anything too crazy right here. This was priced in pretty much for the month. Like you saw a little bit of craziness at the end. But you still made the move back in the moves, right? The Qs, I believe, even, they were in that monthly expected move all the way up until the 28th or 27th. I think it was the 27th right here, like right here. So you literally lost it at the very end of the month. So if you're going to see more downside, you're probably going to lose it at the very end of the month again. But for the day, right, we're mainly focusing on the day. You have now seen you are in one of those 5% probabilities right now. You're in it. That means 95% chance we do not go lower than this or close lower than where we're at with that purple line, 523.49. The top of the monthly is all the way up at 588, 588-ish. They can go lower today. It would be very unlikely to see them close lower today. Things can go lower today. That's why we have the two, if you're part of Patreon, that's why we have the 2 standard deviations, so you get the 95% zone. I made them real quick this morning. Wow, Mr. Pickle. See, I was waiting. I was waiting for this. I was waiting for someone to mention it. Thank you, Mr. Pickle. I was waiting for someone to mention this. Bitcoin. Wow, Bitcoin. Yeah, this is terrible that the most crazy asset that has the most crazy moves is down 0.3% right now. And yesterday, right? This is the most crazy outcome. It was positive yesterday. Yeah. It still could fall down, right? This still could confirm down. This could be bad. But it's holding up really well. So it's still waiting to make that decision. And I think it's funny that Bitcoin is the one doing that and not, say, stocks. So I think some things are going on with stocks, and we'll see what happens. And then if things get worse, then Bitcoin might turn down and we might see it get even more aggressive, because once you experience the 5% thing, if it keeps happening, you keep going lower, then you're experiencing the 1% thing. That would be a stock market crash. Fine. We got 8 minutes till the open. Why would Nvidia be dead? Nvidia is actually holding up way better than you think. But see, it's all a matter of perspective. People with monthly expected moves would look through these monthly expected moves right now, right? People on Patreon, they would look through these and they'd be like, wow, this is terrible. This is terrible. This is terrible. And then they would get to Nvidia and go, that's holding up better than a lot of other things. This says more downside is possible for Nvidia, but it's holding up better. Bitcoin's holding up better. What's going on here? That's all. We'll watch the price action throughout the day. We'll probably be live here a lot today. Hedge that SPY call again. Woo! Nice job, Richard. Kramer saying not to sell. Bad sign. Yeah. I hate it when my trade kind of agrees with Jim. Now I'm like, ah, crap. I'm going to sell at the lows. No. I'm sticking to my plan. Jim can say whatever Jim wants to say. I mean, yeah, you'd look at Mag 7s, right? The Oakland group. Remember to take your to Mad Dog. Okay, that made me laugh, but come on, dude. Don't be going at people like that. Thoughts on holding IWM for a bounce? Well, it's got to be on you, you know? That's got to be yours. But my opinion would just be, hey, where is IWM? You know? Where is it? All right. We're way, well, I think, let me see if these are the updated ones. I'm pretty sure we updated these. Yeah, you're way outside. You're experiencing the 2 standard deviation. Let me look at the 2 standard deviation for IWM. I know it was really quick, guys, and I don't have the stock ticker next to it, so I apologize for that on Patreon. I just did it really, really quickly as I got up this morning. I wanted to make sure to get it to you, so make sure you're kind of lining it up. I'm sorry about that. I'm just realizing that mistake. I might go change that picture real quick. I'll copy this and pull it over and do this real quick so you guys get that updated over there, okay? Let me do that, and then we'll get into IWM for a brief moment here. I want to make sure Patreon members know that which stock is which. Oh God, did I not update the freaking thing again? Let's do this. Let me edit this. So if you are part of Patreon, I'm going to be editing this real quick. I'll tell you when it's updated. Give me one moment. Okay, there you go. Let's see, upload. There you go. Save. Okay, and that should be updated for you, just so you are aware, Patreon members. The 2 standard deviation picture has been updated with the actual ticker next to it, just so you're aware. I had to make it pretty quickly. The good thing is knowing how to do the calculation. So for IWM, looking at this though, you would go over to those and see, hey, am I experiencing something crazy? Am I absolutely experiencing? You are. You are experiencing a 5% moment this week, which means you have a 95% chance to close higher than this price by the end of the day. Does it have to happen? No. 0 DTE, I'm never going to do that. That's just not me, right? You do what you want to do, right? Do what you want with the information, right? Just because one number is bigger than the other doesn't mean the smaller number can't happen. You are experiencing the 5% thing right now. So don't think this has to be a move up, but it does suggest you have a 95% chance to bounce today, right? And close above that level. Does it mean the bounce is coming in the morning? Does it mean it's coming in the afternoon? Does it mean it doesn't mean anything. It just means, hey, there's a 95% chance that you close today higher than that price point, and a 68% chance that you actually end the month at higher levels than where you're at right now. So do what you want with the information. That's all it is. It's information to help you make a decision that is comfortable or good for you and your money. That's all it is. Let's see how that vote's going. As we open up, looks like we're split 50-50. 5% of the time, it works every time. Oh my gosh. You like I said, you're very rare to see a 5% moment. This is actually very cool. Like, I really think it's interesting. Good luck, Bubbalicious. Gold, pretty simply, going up to a weekly expected move outside of the or just going up to the weekly expected move. It did land outside of the monthly expected move last month, so you have to read into that a bit. But as far as it goes, I'll go look at it over here real quick. As far as it goes, this is still saying a pullback on the, say, daily or even, the daily scale would be very likely. This would also say that it would pull back to a price point of about, if it's aggressive, I think like 275, actually. Not very big, but if it goes through something surprising, that would be interesting. As of right now, you would say like 275 for this month makes sense. It looks like it's mostly going to possibly move sideways, which is always the risk in here, but it is showing those topping out signals, and you just landed outside of the monthly upside move, which sometimes causes a snap down actually for stocks that do that, just like the market right now has that potential to snap up because you're outside of the move very early on. Gold is not outside of the monthly expected move upside, I believe. Yeah, you are not outside of the monthly upside move. So always consider the fact that these 2-hour scales can just turn back up. All right. I know the open's going to come, but I got to use the... Oh, shoot. I got to stay for a second. I got to use the restroom in a moment. All right, we'll hang out for a sec. You might hear me a little quiet because I got to do some money moves real quick. All right, let me take a look over at those real quick. Let's see. We got this bad boy right here. This is the main one. That one could potentially get a little bit softer. And then this one. That one I definitely need to do. Okay. All right, let's execute the next part of the plan. Sitting at 52% now. I was still thinking March. Yeah, go, Richard, I think you're on that Patreon, right? Go check those monthly expected moves. I know that you have a gold play. Just check your monthly expected moves. And don't be expecting crazy things, right? It might mean crazy things can happen, but you got to look at the risk to reward and things like that. If you really need it, Richard, I could do a 2 standard deviation if we start to see something crazier to the downside or upside. But to the downside, I'll give you that if the time comes. Okay, give it a few days, but give those a look. All right, we are opening up at lower levels. Oh, that's not even that bad. I love long extended options. Hey, AMC is popping off. Why is my AMC option up 300% right now? What the? Okay, and then I need to look at this chart. Okay. Technically, it is. That's the first one. See if that goes. Not gonna give it to me, huh? Damn, that's not even gonna fill, is it? AMZ back down to 0. Very nice. It wants to do that. It's not even giving it to me. Maybe I shouldn't put it to work. It's not even losing value. It would be nice and cheap. All right. We are pretty set. Okay. Should be all done. We have rejected off of the daily expected move. We are going down to that 2 standard deviation move. We'll see if we come outside of it. Once we get outside of it, we are saying, hey, there's a 95% chance to close by the end of the day above that level. Been a long time since circuit breakers. When if we're ever going to see that again? Well, you got to see a decent size move down, right? Actually, what's this? I think I need to get. Now, crazy plan. Crazy plan. All right, now we need to just watch this one pretty carefully. Okay, so SPY now violating that level, so that means now we have that potential for a 68% move to the, sorry, 68%, 95% chance there. So you're experiencing a 5% moment right now for the SPY. Look at the Qs; they're just at their monthly expected move. They're only at their monthly expected move for the Qs. Now for the Qs, we will give you that second standard deviation if you would like it. You have 437.52, and it's right. It's the monthly expected move. Okay, your point you're paying attention to. It's the monthly expected move. It's literally like pretty much right in here. So you have a lot going on in here for the day. We'll see what happens. We do get Jerome Powell. Remember that we get him in about 2 hours from now, so just be aware of that. Looks like across the board, we see Amazon trying to get a snapback, going down to our 166.12. Wow. It actually hit there. That is crazy. You know, see, even in my mind, I really didn't see us ever getting down to 166.12. We marked it off and we were like, that would be wild, but that's the point we see, and it happens. Pretty crazy stuff there. Tesla, we want to see if this is actually breaking this low. It is not breaking the low as of right now. We will see if it gets worse. The 2-hour is still turned down. The 30-minute is still turned down. Let me get out of that. Out of that. Okay. Back over to here, call it that, and we're good to go. Yeah, very nice. Okay, so Tesla, yeah, we'll be worried about this right now because, yeah, it is turning down. It is turned down. You're seeing that selling pressure come in. You're looking for if the daily scale starts to cross down into negative territory. That's for sure, because that says, hey, if I see a confirmation here, well, then that can take this out and go down here, right? Tesla is seeing saw some crazy things to the upside, but it's holding up relatively well for the time being. And it looks like that holding up well is failing at the moment. So we'll see if things shift back around by the end of the day, but we're still holding up well for something like Tesla. NVIDIA dropping down to lower levels. This is kind of expected because NVIDIA was overall holding up pretty decent here as well. Right, so I will go over to NVIDIA on my other charts. Take a look over at that real quick. We have a monthly move. Let's see. Okay, downside move. I gotta actually change these. It's just been a wild week. You can go down pretty significantly lower, but NVIDIA's range here. NVIDIA. Okay. So it looks like what 3 more points lower would be something that could happen for NVIDIA, about 3 to 4 points. 54% say yes. Peter. Peter's putting on that that baby powder right now. I know. I think we have to subscribe to Discord, Richard. I think we're gonna have to join a Discord by the end of the day. Damn. Apple popping. Let's go check on Apple real quick. It's coming back in. Now, I see again, I thought it would be crazy for us to go down to these levels and actually test that, hive that broke out. I thought that would be crazy. It ended up happening. That's what's wild to me. Weirdly enough, Apple has, if Apple sees a snapback here, Apple has divergence. That would just be wild. We'll see if this actually, if it even happens, man. That is just extremely crazy. God, markets are cool. Should break even at 185. Well, let's go look if 185 is really good for you. At least if you saw that snapback, would it be possible to get back to 185, right? That's what we kind of want to see. By the end of the month, it is very possible to see 185 tagged by Amazon. It's actually very possible for Amazon to snap back to 200. That would be crazy. And I'm down. All right, let's see how that PCC comes out. Let me go use the restroom for a quick moment here, and then I'll come back, and probably that PCC will be coming out, so I'll be right back. All right, what's happening? Oh God. Happened while I was gone. Fear and grease at 6. It might get worse than that by the end of the day. That's what I saw it at. It was at it actually was at 8 before we got the news this morning. It's now, yeah, it's 6. Can't remember what the lowest reading I ever saw. I think in the bear market I might have seen 4, maybe. Can't remember. Good job, Tyler. You are nowhere near. You were closer to a circuit breaker like yesterday. Oh, money making supermarket. You probably like that, huh? That's great. Congratulations. In other news, the daily stopped collapsing. Kind of indecisive. The daily stopped collapsing. That's good. At least for the time being. Here, you guys want to look at a 5-minute chart? Since we're going to be here pretty much all day. We'll be on YouTube most of the day. I don't know if we'll do Rumble at the end of the day. We might be on YouTube like all day. I think so, Richard. I think I'm going to do it. It might be more chill, guys. Like this scenario, more chill. There's not a lot of signals. Who just said it? Dubs. Dubs is bringing up a very, very good point. Dubs is bringing up a very good point, which is you are violating a lot of the divergences. This is a worrisome sign, and that's why I was like kind of mad at the last part of my plan, but I wrote it down, and that was part of the plan. So I'm doing it. Therefore, my money is still positioned to the upside. Now we are fully scaled in. This is as much money as I was willing to risk. We are done. If we want to sit down here and make reversal signals, whatever. If we want to keep crashing, whatever. But Dubs is correct. You're wiping out a lot of those divergences, okay? This is strictly risk to reward now, right? This is where it becomes worrisome, but this is in no way going to cause a circuit breaker moment with the price action we have right now. In order to see the circuit breaker moment, let's see. You would need to, where did we close yesterday? Right here. In order to see the first circuit breaker moment, you would need to go down to 7.01. You would need to go down to about 516 cents. So you would need to see that. I spy April. That's the troublesome thing for me was I was hoping to get things really, really cheap today. At least the options that I decided, I thought they would be extremely cheap today. They're actually not that cheap. Circuit breaker pretty much means they halt the market. They halt the market for 15 minutes a mod. The first one's at 7%. I actually said 17. I think that 7 was in my brain. I probably said 17, but I looked it up again just so you guys have it. We clarify 7%, 13%, and 20%. Those are the percentages. But it has to be from the previous day's closing high. Or closing. Yeah, the closing. So technically, I actually measured that incorrectly. I took from the top. So you actually have to go, pretty much you have to break 500 today to get a circuit breaker halt. Richard goes, never mind. Sorry, Richard. Good stuff. Had to heat up that coffee. Yeah. So you still have a long way to go. That's why circuit breaker was like trending or something this morning, and I just looked at it and I was like, I mean, you're not even there. You're just not. You're down 2.5. You need like 5 more percent. Now they're back up again. Wee! Richard, I don't know how old you are, but for some reason I imagine like there's a like I almost envision my dad for some reason because maybe it's because your name's Richard too, and I almost envision my dad and I envision him going wee, and I was like, oh god, my dad is not that type of guy. You guys would be surprised. He's not as goofy as me, but we're very similar. Do they do circuit breaker on upside? No, of course not. You really think if the SPY went up 10% and it was hurting retail investors that they would stop it? If it was helping retail investors, they'd be like, oh, that's circuit breaker. All right, they'd just be like, halt, you know? Yeah, I need to update these things really badly. Let me try to do that real quick. I'm sorry if the screen messes up for a second. Amazon. What the hell? There we go. Amazon going back up to the monthly expected move right now. Very nice. Very nice. We like it. This is what I needed to update, though. I need to put all these down. So I'm going to take a moment here. I got a lot of things to update. Is this right? Am I on the right list here? Yeah, I am. Okay, so got to make sure to update these. I'm being very slacking on this week because everything's been so crazy. So I'm going to take the time. We have a lot of time today. So might as well take the time to do it. Q's bouncing directly off of a monthly expected move. Ooh, or is it? A little bit below that expected move, actually, but they're very close from last month. That's why I was a little confused. You are trying to bounce right back up to that monthly expected move to get above it. We'll see if it's able to do so. We've got some of these I have updated. That's good. I think we talked about a few of these. And then we need to do a monthly update video for Patreon as well. So Patreon members, we will do that in the next couple of days, probably over the weekend. It's supposed to be a rainy day today and maybe cold all weekend. So I'll have a lot of time to work on that stuff. TLT, this will be big. Sorry if I'm not looking at chat just yet. Guys got to stare at the SPY for a second. I'm updating some stuff from actual trading that I need. At this point, we definitely need it on there, so I'm doing it. Looks like the TLT could go higher to get to a monthly expected move. Apple, nice little snapback so far. Let's hope that's not catching a falling knife, or is it something else? Well, we'll find out. It's pretty deep. Okay, that was already updated. I just updated it and it didn't move, and I was like, I'm being stupid. I know that Tesla is funky. A lot of things at 206. That's so weird. A lot of stocks have a 206 level. That's very strange, but probably nothing to read into. I don't have a tinfoil hat on or anything like that. May seem like it today because I'm buying this, but it is what it is. Amazon should be good. 206 again for Amazon. It's just an upside move. That's crazy. Okay, NVIDIA. We updated this one. Okay, the upside needs to be updated, but the downside is correct. NVIDIA can go lower from here. NVIDIA is actually the one not hitting a 2 standard deviation. AMD, this will be interesting, because it is outside of that move, and it had such good signals, and then it just wipes them out. AMD. Okay. Meta. Got to get Meta. Upside. Let me see where I'm going to have to take profit at, you know, see that upside move or something. Be confident with it. Be happy with it, you know? At least while the plan is still intact, I'm going to just, oh, Meta, nice. Trying to bounce back into that monthly expected move. Very nice. Microsoft, is that a weekly move? Wow. Nice job, Microsoft. Microsoft has a great divergence. So Microsoft is our hint right now. Microsoft is your hint. Microsoft right here did something very key at this level. Very, very key. And you have 2 moves down here. You have the daily divergence. If I don't mess up and actually click with the right thing, you do have daily divergence on the MACD. You have it on the RSI as well. You really haven't even violated this point either. So very good weekly expected move reaction there for Microsoft. Microsoft could be our hint if that's able to curl up in some fashion. We do see the 2-hour divergence as well. So if Microsoft curls up on the 2-hour, it is suggesting that it is about to squeeze. It would need confirmation though, guys. This is just formed. We saw how things formed. We saw how it never confirmed in other stocks, not Microsoft. This could be formed and not confirmed still. Just be aware of that. Right? But your daily and your 2-hour signals for Microsoft look really freaking good. Google, your daily signal is still holding the original point, very flat with the next one. Okay, very flat down here, right here. So it's not as good looking, I think. It's not really, really good looking, but you look at the 2-hour and you go, that's a divergence. Okay, cool. Where is it, right? Well, let me update Google real quick. Let me make sure Microsoft has the correct monthlies. Oh, flat. Okay. So Microsoft could head lower, but it's holding up much better than expected. You would expect this to really be crashing down past monthly. If this is a crash, it's going to go past that monthly expected move. You know, everyone's saying circuit breaker. Well, you have to see moves outside of monthlies to, or at least moves to monthlies to have that take place. Wait, this isn't Meta. Imagine Microsoft goes to 400 next week, or like 2 weeks from now. That is possible. That's the weird part. Let's see, Google. Oh, come on. Google could see crazier things. Google is holding up really well, and it has the reversal signal. 2-hour divergence. 2-hour divergence. Right? We use these as hints. We need to see if they actually confirm. That's going to be a big deal. Let's put you guys back on a 5-minute to see if we find anything that looks in any way reversal-like. Google, what are you at? Okay, 1. That's 78. Maybe I'll have wife even come down and hang. She's not in the, you know, she's having a rough morning. I feel for her. Go. Weirdly enough, AMC is another one that's holding up better than expected. I mean, it's been going down and down and down for a long time, so take it with a grain of salt, but it is not even near its monthly expected move. It's closer to it than the upside one for sure, but it has a ways to go down. Another 12%, maybe 10%. GME, let's check on this bad boy, as GME has some crazy things as well. Just real quick, 2-hour chart, GME. You know, if you're paying attention to this right now, you're looking at the daily divergence, You're sitting there going, holy crap, the 2-hour chart, if that curls up, that is a reversal signal suggesting that the daily can curl up. This is suggesting that GME could see a big move going into next week. And I would be paying attention if GME is saying, hey, I have confirmation, especially confirmation that says we have a good chance of seeing a good move on Monday. I'd be watching that. Ryan Cohen just bought the damn thing. That's probably not expected. Wow. Good stuff. Why is it GME that's holding up better than everything else? Yeah, we'll go back in the 5-minute hang with you guys for a bit. All right, so that purple line, that is the 95% zone. Remember, you're below it. You have a 95% chance to close the day above that line. Let's get a monthly on this for GME. Oh, it's not even big. That's always a good thing. You just need to see another good move from it. How bad is it? Yeah, GME is not even close to being bad. GME is holding up better than almost every single stock in the market right now. Holy crap, why? Like, that's what I'm asking myself. Why? 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 DJT, still holding it on the RSI. Not looking the best, though. But DJT, I don't know why it was even positive yesterday. That was crazy. All right, GME, let's see, DJT. We're almost done. Sorry, guys. Just normally I would do this off, but since we're going to be live for a lot of the day, and I think the morning can do what the morning wants to do, we can take a break here for pretty much up until Jerome Powell talks or something. But we will be done in like literally like 2 minutes. It should take another 2 minutes or so. Let's look at SoFi. I know someone mentioned SoFi. SoFi seeing some dramatic things to the downside right now. Seeing dramatic things to the downside, right? You zoom out on this, you're going, wow, that looks terrible, right? So not good. Now I'm going to update some things and see where we're at. That has been updated. You are seeing SoFi reach down towards that monthly expected move. Not there yet. Still a little bit to go. Okay, let's see. The upside move here is, okay. I meant to update these, but Mama Bear being sick has been rough. You start to realize how much your partner does for you when they get a little sick. Palantir could be setting up a 2-hour divergence as well. Reacting down to the weekly expected move. I'd be cautious with that one. It's starting to violate it on the RSI. I think Microsoft and Google are the ones I'd be staring at. But let's see. Are we seeing something absolutely crazy for Palantir? The answer to that is no. You are not seeing that 5% moment for Palantir. These are names that you want to watch if they start selling off more, because that can pile on the selling. The ones that are holding up start to sell off. That can be a big issue. Gold dropping off pretty heavily. Richard, hopefully you're watching that and making sure you have your weekly and monthly expected moves up. It's seen a crazy thing to the upside, Richard, so just be aware. You can see some crazy stuff to the downside, but just be aware of where that monthly is at, okay? If anyone's looking at GLD, just pay attention to your monthly expected move there. Right? That might be the area to make a decision. If you want to see if something crazy happens, it still would say, hey, it's a good idea at that level to make potential decisions. 27. Okay, that was updated. AVGO. AVGO wick down below the monthly expected move. Yep, okay. So, nice, okay. Get back to 190, 180, that'd be sick. JP Morgan, I really wanted to make this or go look at this one. So I will look at it, see if you're experiencing something crazy there. And you are. You actually gapped below the monthly expected move with that. You tapped on it yesterday, then you gapped below it today. So you are experiencing something very crazy for JP Morgan. You are pretty, I think you're outside. Well, what's the second standard deviation? That's what we should be looking at. JP Morgan. Yeah, you are well outside. You are experiencing a almost 2% moment right now for JP Morgan. So that would say 95% chance still to bounce by the end of the day. But you're in that 5%. Don't think like, hey, it has to. You have time, but if time starts to get short, then you are experiencing that 5% thing, and you can close experiencing the 5% thing. Ooh. Oh, nope, not that. There we go. All righty, that is done. Put that back. Put this back. Shrink it up a bit. Boom. Okay, that looks pretty good. See what you guys are chatting about. All right, we're back. Sorry about that, guys. Had to do that real quick. Sorry I had to take some time doing that. I kind of want to keep my eye on that Microsoft and the Google. I mean, my goodness, Microsoft goes directly to a weekly expected move and just starts to boom. Microsoft, very interesting here. Now, this can fail, right? This can still fail. This could all be, hey, I'm going to get out, right? We're going to push this thing up so I can get out, right? Some rich dude wants to get. So the 2-hour confirmation is going to be important here. But that weekly expected move coming into play, and then we'll see if that 2-hour can call like and say, hey, the daily crossing up is very probable. You do not have that confirmation yet. Google is kind of in a similar boat. Google did not go directly down to the weekly expected move, though. You could see a little bit deeper prices, but you do see the divergence on the RSI, on the MACD. So these will be our hints for if things are going to get all right. Ooh, holding the tapering. That's always good. Damn it, that ringing thing in my ear is happening again. Ah, no, I hate the ringing thing. VVIX. All right, it's hitting my level here. That's where things start to go a little crazy. What's VIX 9-day has to be insane, right? Oh, VIX 9-day. Oh, hey, that's what you see. This could be a big, big moment, right? You guys like 5-minute? It doesn't really matter what we look at today. It just matters, you know, potentially looking at Microsoft and Google. Those are our hints. But for the SPY, this would more so have to be something like a V shape, right? V shape is what, you know, we were talking about. If you get below that monthly expected move, you really need a V shape. It's very early on in the month. Weirdly enough, something's going up in value. I'm up for the day. Interesting. Oh, Ta, I know. Just at least we'll see some movement in the bars. We could go down to a 1 minute to really have fun with it. See how we're using this as resistance now? 100 gains from our puts. What's Nat doing? Nat, where are you at? I'm going to scroll up. Wait, where did Nat already say it? Where's Nat? The Willow indicator. Hey, got it right. Sold 650%. Yo, nice. Oh my goodness. Nat, good job. That's so cool. Good job. Hell yeah. That's what's up, Nat. That Willow indicator. You got that? Did you make sure? Oh yeah, no, I need a shout out for the Willow indicator. There it is. I like it. That's so awesome. Congratulations to both of you. That's so awesome. You had conviction, you had the plan for the trade. Nothing went wrong. Everything went right. I feel like everything went right. That's so fantastic. But no, if I seem tired, it's just because I'm having to do not only work but also help with the baby. You know, Mama Bear, she's feeling better today, I think. But now, baby girl's being difficult this morning. It's like right when you feel better, something else, you know. So we might invite her down, have her come hang out for a bit. She might just hang out, maybe play games on her computer. All her entire pink setup that's next to me. I know Black Monday was trending on Monday, and I kind of laughed about that. So now it's Red Friday. Red Friday. Still can. What if they do a circuit breaker stop? Oh my goodness. Has to go below 500. You got 20 points to go before that. What games does she play? She really likes TFT right now. Team Fight Tactics. They just put out a new set. We always enjoy playing the new set together. Retail investors bought 4.7 billion in stocks on Thursday, largest level over the past decade. Congress passed a bill to end the tariffs on Canada. Yeah, I think I watched that Canadian guy. I don't know who he is. I just, don't really. I just pay attention to who they say is saying the right things, whatever. And is it the Canadian Prime Minister or someone or whoever's supposed to take over after Trudeau actually resigns, if he even does, whatever it is. But he was suggesting, he was like, it will hurt other people, it will hurt both of us, and he's like, so we need to zero these things out. So he's like, if you cut the tariffs, we cut the tariffs. I was like, perfect. Like I said, I think it's a bargaining chip at the end of the day. And I think if we get the reaction from the other countries, hey, if we get a positive reaction in any kind of way, I think that'll be a good thing. But we have to get those reactions, right? Right, Willow? It's not over until it's over, And that could be all the way until maybe even April 9th. That's why I'm giving myself the window to that April 10th. I kind of extended it just a day or so. Trudeau's already gone? Okay, yeah, I don't keep up with that, but I saw that he was going to resign. The bargaining chip is the U.S. consumer base. These countries need the U.S. to consume. It's like most of these countries, over like 20% of their consumption or something like that comes from the U.S. You're a huge consumer base. So that's the bargaining chip. He's using us. Why is he using us like that? Well, because he's trying to make life better for you in the future. I think it's definitely possible. I like the tariffs. I'll say that all the time. I like the tariffs. They could cause a stock market crash, and I still like the tariffs. Is a Premier the same guy that was talking about putting a tariff on electricity? Oh, okay. I can go look him up, but yeah, thanks for letting me know. All right, we'll see. I'm just going to keep clicking around through some stocks here on 2-hour charts. Apple trying to fail. Tesla starting to get to those risky spots. Okay, Tesla starting to get to those risky spots, looking like it may even curl down on the daily chart. Uh-oh, but it still looks like it's holding a little bit of flagginess there. We'll see. Amazon trying to get that snapback, not necessarily being the most productive guy in the world, actually holding daily divergence as well for Amazon. We'll see if that actually confirms that. We have no 2-hour signal to give us a hint for Amazon at this moment. NVIDIA dropping down to lower levels. That makes total sense, right? We understood that NVIDIA could drop lower. Here we go. AMD dropping to lower levels. That's a little bit more surprising. But also, I don't like AMD. I don't like trading that guy. Let's look at dailies still. See, Meta violating the daily divergence. That's not a good sign. Microsoft and Google are your best hints. GME holding up very, very well. DJT about to curl down. DJT not even seeing something crazy yet. Could go lower. Like 15% lower. SoFi is starting to experience that craziness now. Starting to get down to those levels where it would be crazy, right? Palantir dropping down to lower levels. 2-hour divergence about to be violated. So this hour and 20 minutes is pretty important for Palantir. Gold continues to drop down. AVGO starting to get to those crazy levels as well, getting past the monthly expected move, and JP Morgan just absolutely throwing up right now. The funny thing is like, if the dollar keeps decreasing. Okay, it's increasing. Interesting. Interesting that the dollar's not continuing to flush. It's actually a good sign, I think. You don't want that thing to continue to just flush. Yeah, we thought it was like interesting on JP Morgan, but JP Morgan hit that 250, and then that was the level I was supposed to sell at, was pretty much 250. It went past 250, went to like 250, what, 2? And then that's where I was potentially supposed to sell the calls. At least the debt will be refinanced. And I think that's probably one of the other things going on here. Take all my money, market. Nick's like, I don't even care. It can be. Can be a worrisome time. That's why I chose to do things a little different. I kind of figured we have a PCC of 1.56. Wow, yesterday the CPC came out at 1.15. I think it's good that we were watching the CPC and being like, this is weird that we're not really seeing anything printed there. It could be Mr. Pickle, and we kind of mentioned a little bit of something like that, but more so just like, yeah, the debt is very hard to pay with those interest payments. Willow's always backwards. The Willow indicator is an upside down. He literally flips his chart upside down. Why is housing spiking? I mean, also, one, good catch. Way to be paying attention to housing. That's very good. Nothing really to go off of here. Daily chart has the divergence point still intact. Very interesting to still have that divergence point intact. Boom, boom, boom. We'll see what happens, right? But you need to see some positivity, because what's happening here is, you were tapering, you're potentially tapering like this, and then it might be escalating, right? If we kind of pull a line across, you might be like, maybe you do something like this way, because this is actually how it's going, and you go, okay, we're going to violate that. That's not a good sign. You need to take that back very quickly. You want to take these things back pretty quickly, like within a trading session or two. So we got to see some reaction soon, or else that 5% moment might turn into a 1% moment, and we actually might see a stock market crash, right? You need to see something in the next, like, I would give it generously. It would be very generous of me to do it, but I'll say it. You got today, you got Monday, you got Tuesday, and then you got to see something. You got to see something by then. Pre-market lows. We can extend it out. We can extend it out just to have fun, because it doesn't really matter, for the SPY what we're looking at. What matters is Google. What matters is Microsoft. What matters is your hints for if this could turn around, right? And then you can look at the SPY maybe from a standpoint of, hey, risk to reward, right? But that's mainly what's going on here. I see the ones that I wanted to buy go outside of monthly expected moves very early on in the month, and I say, ooh, this is where we have to V-shape. So I'm willing to take on that risk, and I'm willing to be wrong, because I manage my position size. It's pretty, like, not the most complex standpoint. It just seems very crazy to do. Normally I look for reversal signals, but I think this has high potential that we could see V-shape, or we could see a crash, right? I could be totally wrong. Fine with me. Did those dark pools sell? Nobody can really find out, huh? Alrighty, let's go over here. Let's look at that vote. We're gonna leave that up for now. We're gonna leave that up until 10 a.m. So 45 minutes for me, right? 10 a.m. for me. 318 votes. Thank you guys for coming in and voting. That's a ton of votes. That's awesome. That is so much fun. Make sure you're voting. Let us know your input. Like, we would like to get a good sample size, right? It's about sample size. Right now we are saying, 54% say yes. Is this the stock market crash? 54% say yes. We are going to close that up in about 43 minutes. That's very good, Kalani. Congratulations, by the way. I just saw that. Oh, wow. Gold. Gold now moving down by 2%. Richard, how you doing? Richard? Also, if you want the level for the Qs, I'll give you that level. Let me go get it real quick. Let's get that dotted line. Do I have it on here? I don't think I do. Oh, wait, that's right. That's right. It's at the, it's like right here. It's literally right here. Isn't it? 437.52. So you're literally like that red, right in between this red and this yellow is your, that purple dotted line, that line that says, hey, you are seeing something that is a 5% moment. You're experiencing a 5% moment for the Qs. And you have a 95% chance to close back above, say, 437.50 by the end of the day. We'll see what happens. Let's just pay attention and watch, chill. We're using extended hours because it is what it is. If someone asks for analysis, I'll probably take it off extended for the time being. But I think just chilling is perfectly fine. I think it's being so sketchy. And we can listen to Jerome Powell this way. Who wants to listen to Jerome Powell? I'm down. Oh, shit. On the wrong thing. I was wondering why these videos are so weird. Yeah, put them on. All right, Ben, we will. I hear you guys. I'm listening. We're going to watch them. Or at least listen in on him. Yo, Buffett's rolling in some dough right now, probably. Oil. Oh my gosh. Oil, just take this off real quick. Oh, nice. Regular trading hours. Oil, okay. I'll look at USO. That is crazy. You want you want a deflation while oil's pricing that in. That is kind of crazy to me. I don't even know if that would be considered to have a deflationary moment though, because technically the tariffs might affect that. I don't know. So we'll see. But that is just crazy to me. I don't think there's a lot you could read into here. This is an absolute waterfall type of effect. Absolutely. It's hard to react because there's just massive gaps. You're looking at futures to get a hint on that, but my goodness, you're probably not going to see many hints on anything like that tracks it, right? Yeah, so you're seeing the similar thing in the MACD for the daily scale. And look at that 2 hour. Look how deep that is. Have you ever seen a reading this deep? Like recently? I guess you have like readings down towards there, but still not that deep. What's the reading at? About 10.92. Right here. That still says 18. Kind of wild. Yeah, that is a crazy move. Anyone that shorted oil right there was pretty happy. Okay, well, zoom in. Click. Now we could need to form signals down here. This doesn't have to be over. We shall see. Oh, stretch it out. Oh. Stupendous, Jim. You can't tell me how to be, Burke. Can't tell me how to be. You be how you want to be. I be how I want to be. America. That's fine. That's a fine assessment, Phantom, if that's what you think's happening. I mean, you're right now, right? You're experiencing the 5% thing. So I can't contradict you there. You're right. And I'm risk to rewarding the opposite of you, and that's perfectly fine. We can be opposite opinions, you know? As long as both of us are managing our money in the correct ways and not doing things that can really, really affect us in a dramatic fashion, then we're both perfectly fine, right? We can both be different, right? I can bet on the Eagles and you can bet on the Chiefs, right? Uh-oh, something got deleted there. I don't know if YouTube caught someone saying something. Maybe say it in a different way. Something just popped up. I was reading it and it's deleted. Damn. So see if YouTube deleted that comment, whoever just did that. Hear that, or maybe you typed something wrong. How far dated out, King? We might be in agreement a little bit there, Dubs. Maybe we're seeing it similarly. Very nice. We'll see. Exactly, Ben. I think it's holding up well. If you start to see, Bitcoin dump, right? We start to see people more retaliation, more we're not going to do anything like that. We're going to double down, anything like that. That would be bad, right? We would want to see people reacting in a positive way to get those things down. The funny thing is, at the end of the day, imagine all the tariffs come down. You're actually with that. Well, they're saying, the price of goods could increase. Okay, well, now they could technically decrease, maybe. Broker's lagging. Everyone's looking at stocks, man. Like everything on my end is laggy over here. Everything. Everything I click on over here is laggy. That means we might not see a circuit breaker unless we end up back down below like 500. All right. Which it looks like we're starting to climb down there. But at the same time, we might see a circuit breaker on TradingView on your whatever trading platform, your broker. Because I think everyone's looking at stocks right now. Or at least most people that have stocks, right? Even a 401k, people would probably be staring at it. Is that 5? Hey, man. But are we at the levels of COVID yet? Maybe it does need to go down lower. Oh my gosh, is it really reading a 5? I just want to see it for myself because I've never seen it. I don't believe I did. I might have in that bear market, but 4. I have a reading of 4. Just 4. That is so crazy. I'm gonna buy that fear. Smells good. A reward here would be a bounce before we turn down again. A reward here would be a V shape, would be insane. No, keep going up. What the heck? I wanted this thing to go up. I'm green for the day. And I did not short. I wanted to. I really wanted to. But I'm sticking to my plan, seeing how it works out. It's actually 4 right now, Ta. What's 4 mean? The Fear and Greed Index is a compilation of 7 different indicators that measure some aspect of stock market behavior. They are market momentum, stock market price, stock price breadth, put and call options, junk bond demand, market volatility, and safe haven demand. The index tracks how much these individual indicators deviate from their averages compared to how much they normally diverge. The index gives each indicator equal weighting in calculating a score from 0 to 100, with 100 representing maximum greediness and 0 signaling maximum fear. How often is it calculated? Every component in the index are calculated as soon as new data becomes available. It's kind of adjusting kind of in real time here. We are at 4. We'll see if that changes later. We'll go check on that later. You have 32 minutes to put your vote in for the day. Is this the stock market crash? Yes or no? Very simple. You gonna take profit? No. That's not the goal here. The goal is to potentially be in a squeeze if there is one. I don't know if you're necessarily forming a bottom. I think if you're looking for a formation of a bottom, you'd be looking at stocks that don't look like this, right? This looks bad for the spot. You need to go deeper. You need to look at Google, make sure that's holding the divergence points. You need to look at Microsoft, making sure that's holding the divergence points, right? Things like that. That is a solid bounce right off of a weekly expected move for Microsoft. Very, very nice. Yeah, you need these things to confirm to give you that hint, or else you're not going to have any hits. If these things start to fail, it can get much worse. So those are your hints. I also like to live dangerously. Nvidia, for the most part, dropping down and down and down. Now, this is finally, Nvidia is finally coming down. This is still expected, by the way, for the month. Just so you're aware, this here. Just so you're aware, this is still expected for the month. I'll double check, but yeah, you are still expected to make a move even a little bit lower than this by the end of the month. Well, I'm changing it up a little, Randy. Normally, I look for reversal signals outside of monthly expected moves. So a great place to see my type of trading is actually right here. I like to look for things like this where people get overly dramatic, and then I see that bounce. And that's kind of what I did. Now, I took profit here, took profit, actually hedged here, took profit on hedge, then went up to here, sold, and then I started to scale back in around these type of levels. Pretty much all in here, I've been scaling in. And this was the scenario that was like worst case in my opinion. And then this I did have a plan for, which was save a little bit amount of money that you want to risk, right? Have that ceiling for how much money I'm going to risk. And then once we do something like this, the saying was, if we get outside of a monthly expected move within the first like 2 weeks, I was going to buy, right? I'm doing it differently this time. Normally, I would wait to see something like this right over here, right? I would look for something like this here. I would look for something like that here. So I'd look for this right here or right here. But this time, I think we do have the potential to V-shape, and therefore, I'm just going to do something different this time. And that's why I was saying, don't necessarily follow what I do right now. Because right now, I'm doing things completely differently, right? That's why I've been saying that for like a week and a half especially, right? You should never be following what I do. You should be looking at the ways that I am successful, and that would be looking for obvious setups. I like obvious setups. This is not an obvious setup, right? This is a risk to reward play, right? So I'm changing it up, trying it out, seeing what happens, seeing how my emotions go, just to test myself, right? I'm always pushing myself. But I have the money to be able to do so, right? Some people don't have the money to be able to do something like this, or they're using too much. I literally, before I even started like the second scale in, I was like, I have to put a cap on how much I want to put into this. That way my position size is managed. That way, if we did experience a full-on stock market crash, we'd go below 500, we'd go even further than that, and we just keep going down. I have to be willing to lose a decent size amount of money at that point. So I want that to be a comfortable amount. I would have a percentage chance to lose that. So that's what I did. And I go, okay, this is the last part. This is the most worrisome part for me. I'm not saying I don't feel anything towards it, but making that ceiling for how much money I wanted to put behind the trade during my second scale in, if we did see this moment, was very, very important for my mentality. And I think it's helping me out a lot. Nvidia just hit monthly expected move. It's a very, 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 very close. It is like a dollar off or something like that. So I feel like I need to double check. Monthly. Yeah, I think it's like a dollar off. So Nvidia was holding up really, really well. It still is holding up really well, by the way. So in retrospect, this right here, SPY's here. Nvidia is here. It's holding up much better than the SPY. Look at other stocks. I mean, Amazon, it's below its weekly and monthly expected move, things like that. Nvidia is holding up better. But my opinion at this point is this is not going to be. I would be voting no. I would be voting no. Here, I'll even put my vote in there. How about I put my vote in there? There, I'll put my vote in there. There you go. But I could be wrong. Well, like home builders and stuff. I don't have an expected move for these, but construction, we can look at this. We can look at dailies. We can see it's still holding the divergence point. That's a good sign, but it's just not good looking right now in the price action. You would need to see positivity to say like, oh yeah, this can reverse back around. So you need to see a daily confirm back above the 5 and the 9. And most likely be able to close above 97.60 for ITB. You can look at, say, XHB, right? Home builders, right? We can look at this. Hey, look at that. It's holding the divergence point. But down here on the RSI, damn it, fucking drawing again. Down here on the RSI, not necessarily holding the point very well. So you want to see that positivity today, weirdly enough, for XHB. I think you want to see positivity today, and then your last bet is pretty much like Monday. You need to probably see positivity pretty quick. So it's not looking good right now. It looks awful right now during retail hour. Retail hour. Good stuff. We love retail hour. It's great. Oh, retail hour's over. Retail hour and a half. 25 minutes to get your vote in there. Jack Cats, you're probably very happy though with that move. Like you have to be like celebrate those wins, right? Because I really, I didn't necessarily see it as the worst thing in the world, but it's proving to be really, really bad. So I can admit, hey, I was a little bit wrong. This is more aggressive than I thought. I was aware it could happen. I was prepared for it with the position size, but man, I wasn't really leaning towards it. And that makes sense, right? It's a low percentage thing. I like to stick with the percentages. So I was caught off guard a little bit there, but was I caught off guard or did I have a plan for it? That's the big thing. I was aware that it could happen. So even though I wasn't really in it, I still allowed that little percentage of me to be like, it can happen, have a plan for it. It happens, I have a plan for it, and that's it. I think it depends on a lot, but I think it mainly depends about recession questions. Does he change his tune now due to the tariffs? Or does he even talk about it at all? Does he talk about tariffs at all? Because if he talks about tariffs, that would be different because he most of the time was like, we don't discuss things that a new administration is trying to implement. We don't discuss those things. Now they might have to because people are really saying like the Fed's going to cut rates. They're only pricing in, I believe, 3 cuts now. Can someone clarify? But I believe it's 3 cuts, 0.75 for this year. You would expect probably a little bit more than that to be an emergency cut, right? You would say 0.75 maybe all at once starts to happen, but oh, this is the scenario that you can definitely cause some panic. I'm not saying that that's not justified. But that's why, Jonathan, I think a lot of people in the chat could benefit from understand. That's why I keep just talking about my decision making. I know it seems crazy, but I just want you to understand how I am coming to that conclusion. right? It is part of my plan. And being aware that these things can happen, you can still have a plan for it. And now my plan is, okay, I think this is overdone. And that's perfectly fine. I'm not going to short at these levels. I'd rather go long. Did they do enough to keep the yields down? I mean, the yields are coming down. You can see that. See that pretty blatantly. The thing that's interesting for me is just TLT. I think TLT is super interesting just to show that ballistic move. Remember this, TLT before today was suggesting, oh, that's confirming down. This has divergence, this goes down. This is how things get violated, right? This is why I was like, I'm not going to do anything with TLT tomorrow because this could go either way. It could go either way because of tariffs. It could go either way with the data. And then it could go either way with Jerome Powell in a little bit. So there's too much unforeseen risk, unknown possible risk or reward, right? Unknown could be either one, but that doesn't give me an edge. I need an edge. Right now I have an edge, right? This is more, weirdly enough, even if it goes wrong, it was more likely to be right. Isn't that crazy? It is, but it's more likely to end up than down after this. But we'll see. Because we're violating divergence, so that's a big deal. So the only hope you have is like paying attention to Microsoft's and Google's and things that actually show they're holding up better and being like, okay, those things are holding up better. Weirdly enough, NVIDIA, that's a big drop. Is it holding up better? Yeah, it's still holding right there. It's been holding there for about 10 minutes. So chilling. We could need to make reversal signals down here first. We would mainly want a 2-hour divergence down here, actually. We shall see, my friends. We shall see. Let's go back in that 5-minute chart. That was fun. We actually get to see some kind of movement. Oh, hold on one sec. Sorry, guys. Wifey's here if you want to say hi. She's just hanging out, going to chill with us for a second. Having a rough morning, you know. If you want to say hi to wifey. Yeah, so I was like looking for things to get cheaper. And I was like, oh, yeah, sick. Okay, cool. Follow my plan. And then I looked at everything. It didn't really get cheaper. And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, damn it. I wanted to scale in at a cheaper price. I got like a little bit, but. Hi, waifu. Nat says hi. Nat's had a good day. Nats took shorts at the end of yesterday or something like that. Had like, what was it, 650% in one day. Yeah, so we're just going to be chilling, mainly watching the SPY, just looking for reactions. We'll pop over to Microsoft and Google for certain periods of time here in a little bit. But mainly we're just going to sit around, watch the SPY until we see some Jerome Powell talk. Richard, hi, wifey. Get in a better mood. There you go. Are you in a better mood now? No, it's not. It blinks when it's muted. Look. Yeah, she's trying to help. She's trying to help. Make sure you feed Bruce well and give him no chance to eat Luke. Yeah, they always think Bruce is eating me. Here you go. Watch. You see the little pop up. Richard's trying to help out your morning with that $100.
Thank you. That helps.
now you can go hang out with Ari or go to a nice lunch with Ari or something. All right. Well, wifey's just gonna be chilling here. She might be a little quiet, but thank you guys for saying hi. Hey, thank you for that, Ta. Appreciate it. I hope your videos are going well. I just saw it pop up in my feed. I'll go give it a click. So I have some stuff to go over, but we will be watching Jerome Powell in less than an hour, about 40 minutes. Let's go, Mark. Richard was probably like, I was expecting a big reaction. You were just like, thank you.
I'm just so tired. I'm so drained. She was so fussy this morning.
Yeah, that's rough. Yeah, Lurkin Luke. You're glad to be here. Hello, wifey. Hope your daughter gets better. She's getting much better, Trader Joe. She's gotten much better. It's just this morning was a fussy morning, and wifey had a sinus infection. So you feel better though, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
a
at least
bit.
like
Just
health
headache.
wise.
Yeah, just headache. That's it.
Do you still feel it in your like compressed?
A little bit.
A little
But
bit.
that's probably because of the rain. Whenever it rains, I feel worse.
Yeah, that's true. It's gonna rain like all weekend, maybe. So
Mm-hmm.
I hate that. I just have to deal with us. I know my wife can get frustrated as well. Facts, Richard. Yeah, so don't think I'm not here, guys. I'm just going to be chilling here with wifey for a little bit, watching this thing move until Jerome Powell, letting us just chill out for a second, okay? And we're going to switch it over to the Qs just for a little bit to give us a change of scenery, right? The Qs, remember that move is up towards that monthly right in between these two. Yeah, it doesn't seem crazy because, well, it seems like it's not so crazy because you're experiencing it, right? It makes a lot of sense, right? But it is still crazy to see. You are in it right now, which is very cool. We'll have to see what happens. Like I said, there's no reversal signals here. So for the SPY, it's V shape, but I would pay attention to Microsoft and Google on the 2 hour. Yeah, that's it exactly, Angus. It's very difficult to make a short position here. It's much better to, risk to reward. From my opinion, that was part of my strategy was risk to rewarding once we got outside of a monthly expected move. And now we're outside of the 95% zone. So this is a plenty good risk to reward for me, how I see it, right? But it might not be the best for you, and that's the difference, right? We're different people. But yeah, it's hard to short at these levels. And just remember that volatility being elevated, it goes both ways. We'll see. We might get some rip around kind of behavior. Well, you need some news to shift, so you're looking for probably Jerome Powell, maybe. But kind of facts, yes. It'll start up in about 30 minutes from now. Yeah, Bruce, shake it off. Well, that's a little uptick, right? Volatility's high, so we can see big swings. We'll be watching. I like it, Tony. I like that mental. Yeah, looks like some positivity showing. We still have about 20 minutes until Jerome Powell. I'll pull that up in a moment. Whee! Sometimes the options for Netflix can be overly expensive, in my opinion. We've looked at it before. We can add it to the list if we could maybe hold a vote for that. But yeah, I don't necessarily pay too much attention to Netflix. I've never really traded Netflix too often. I think I've only taken like 2 trades ever on it. But that's just a personal preference. If we took a vote and people thought it was a good thing to have, we would take a look at it. No, Brent, just chilling with Mama's having a rough morning, so we're chilling with Mama until we see the Jerome Powell stuff come out. I'm still here, hanging out. Keep an eye on Microsoft and Google. We need 2-hour confirmations there. That is your hint, Brent, just so you're aware. Look at Microsoft and Google on a 2-hour. We will look at it in a moment. Does anyone have a preferred source to watch on, say, YouTube or something? I like it, Nadas. Now, this is a level to pay attention to. You can use it as resistance, that dotted purple line. All right, guys, Mama Bear says bye. Mama Bear says bye, so we're getting back into it. All right, we had to take a little break, spend some time with Mama. She's not feeling the best. She's feeling much better health-wise, just tired. Ari gave her a rough morning. So thank you guys for saying bye. Richard, she said thank you, thank you, thank you, of course. She's just low energy. You know how it is. Okay, we are going to be pulling up. If you think Bloomberg is going to show it, I saw someone mention Bloomberg. That is something that I normally click on. But we'll see if they are going to actually show that talk. I'm going to leave it up for a second. Might find a second link just in case. We'll do the Wall Street Journal. We'll do the Wall Street Journal, the Wall Street Journal as well, just in case. But how's everyone doing out there? You guys good? GME green. Let's go check on GME. Let's get out of these 5-minute charts for a little bit. Just look at the daily scale. Look at the wick coming in. Okay, awesome. Let's go over and look at GME. GME on the daily scale. Remember, pay attention. 2-hour chart curls up. This is a confirmation here. Daily chart could curl up and you could be seeing something crazy next week. Let's go check on our hints real quick. Microsoft daily divergence is still very much so intact. The 2-hour divergence is the hint. Microsoft and Google are the hints. Okay, these are the hints. We can utilize these. We do not see good signals from the SPY, so we are looking at 2 big stocks to see if those are going to complete. If those do complete, it is very likely for us to see that daily cross up after seeing that 2-hour confirmation, just so you are aware. GME squeeze up 5%. I'm not going to call 5% a squeeze. That is still priced in, Sid. Once we start to get something that's not priced in, we'll start to get a little bit more, say, excited, but get that little guy in your head that says, hey, something could go wrong, right? I'm not going to sit there and put $1 million behind GME. I'm going to do an amount of money that I could see making a good, decent amount. Are you streaming Jerome Powell? Yes, we are going to stream Jerome Powell. Mainly just going to be listening in. I just want to see if Bloomberg's even going to show it. Let's see, they have their schedule here. I do not see the Jerome Powell thing on their calendar here for the... Is this streaming now? Okay, it seems... Sorry, I'm trying to listen in. Now, remember, anything can happen with this, right? Still treat it like volatility is high. I mean, look at volatility right now. That thing is up there, up there, up there. Oop, might be double topping. Yeah, they will be going over Jerome Powell, so we will have them up in a moment. I have a second feed up just in case. So yes, we will be showing off Jerome Powell. Awesome. So if we pay attention to these things, we understand that 30-minute is really deep here. It is very likely, right, rip around kind of market, right? Sometimes we need to see something like this down here, just like we did over here, right? Same thing. Do we need to see that again, or do we just see that V come in? A lot of the time, a V, you do see a spike down eventually to go back up. You can kind of see this by looking at, say, August 4th, which I believe we're in a similar situation. And you see that that V shape, one, you did something like this, then you did this, then you started to take off to the races. So you most likely will see moments like this to convince people to go to the bear side again. If this is going to end up in the upward direction, you still want to treat this very seriously. This is a curl down into negative territory. If we see something like that in the near future, that's what I'm mainly going to pay attention to, right? I'm going to pay attention to how this thing could still bounce from here and trick people to the upside as well. Okay, we're paying attention to both sides. Do not get it twisted just because I have a bullish trade that I'm extremely bullish in this scenario. I think there is some great probabilities to the upside here. I am not saying that it has to happen. I understand the risks, but in this environment, I am going to take that reward that could potentially be to the upside, and the risk is smaller percentage, which would be potential to go down to 500. 500 would be the point that I'm paying attention to. If we look on the 2-hour chart and pull this across, the reason that we're mainly paying attention to 500 is because, bam, right down towards 500 is where you actually used support in August, or actually, I'm sorry, going into April and May from the past, from all the way back in 2024, going into that May price point. So The early May price point, 500, that would be your next support level down in this lower levels of this block in here. Sorry, I'm messing up my dates for a second. But so we will be watching, say, even a 5-minute chart. Let's just get into it. Let's have fun with it while it's happening. If this stuff can load, because I'm clicking around way too much. And we're just going to watch the damn thing, right? We don't even have a 5-minute divergence. So if this V-shapes, it would be very, very interesting. And I'm here for it. I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. All right? No, let's go live here. Make sure we're good. Just whichever feed comes up first. I hope Bloomberg doesn't give a bunch of commentary over the top of it. I just want to listen to him fully. Sometimes they do that. 6. Still nothing. If someone sees it up, let me know. Oh, I think PCC is plenty enough now. Now that you've seen this PCC get up to these levels, that blue line is there for a reason, right? That's my, hey, watch for a low, no matter what kind of level. Now, this is where serious things can happen, but also it's just like, this is people getting very, very, very bearish, okay? So that's what that line pretty much is. It's like a blue bear line. And it's going, hey, look for bottoming signals in any fashion. That's why I keep mentioning Microsoft and Google. Those are the two I am using as hints. The other ones are more risk to reward, but Google and Microsoft are actually giving the hint. So we'll see. Let's zoom out on this. I'm going to put it kind of over here, and then we'll show Jerome Powell on the bottom left. Whenever he... Yo, YouTube's doing it too. It seems like live video. Remember Rumble? The big problem was you click away from a live stream and you click around a little bit and then you come back. YouTube's doing it too on both of these streams. YouTube and Rumble need to somehow solve that problem. Bloomberg's not doing it nearly as bad. We're going to show Jerome Powell right in this corner. Looks like he is not talking yet. If anyone sees him start talking. I don't see, everyone's saying all these live shows are not showing him yet. Are these people just not showing him? That's 2 big sources not showing him. Okay, good, Sid. Well, that's his comments. And I wasn't listening to them. Damn, this guy's got a shiny head.
Right now, let's head down to Northern Virginia. Jerome Powell, the Fed chair, discusses the economy in the era of Donald Trump's sweeping agenda at the Cebu board with Cebu board president James Nelson, business editor of the Milwaukee Journal, and Heather Long, an economics columnist at the Washington Post. Let's listen in.
After a couple of years of solid growth, many forecasters have anticipated somewhat slower growth this year. The initial reading for first quarter GDP will be released later this month. The limited hard data are consistent, though, with a slower but still solid growth outlook. At the same time, surveys of households and businesses report dimming expectations and higher uncertainty about the outlook. Survey respondents point to the effects of the new federal policies, especially related to trade. We are closely watching this tension between the hard and the soft data. As the new policies and their likely economic effects become clearer, we will have a better sense of their implications for the economy and for monetary policy. Looking across many indicators, the labor market appears to be broadly in balance and not a significant source of inflationary pressure. This morning's jobs report showed the unemployment rate at 4.2% in March, still in the low range where it has held since early last year. Over the first quarter, payrolls grew by an average of 150,000 jobs per month. The combination of low layoffs, moderating job growth, and slowing labor force growth has kept the unemployment rate broadly stable. Turning to the other leg of our dual mandate, inflation has declined sharply from its pandemic highs of mid-2022. It has done so without the kind of painful rise in unemployment that has often accompanied periods of tight monetary policy that are needed to reduce inflation. More recently, progress toward our 2% inflation objective has slowed. Total PCE prices rose 2.5% over the 12 months ending in February. Core PCE prices, which exclude the volatile food and energy categories, rose 2.8%. Looking ahead, higher tariffs will be working their way through our economy and are likely to raise inflation in coming quarters. Reflecting this, both survey and market-based measures of near-term inflation expectations have moved up. By most measures, longer-term inflation expectations, those beyond just the next few years, remain well anchored and consistent with our 2% inflation goal. We remain committed to returning inflation sustainably to our 2% objective. Turning to monetary policy, we face a highly uncertain outlook with elevated risks of both higher unemployment and higher inflation. The new administration is in the process of implementing substantial policy changes in 4 distinct areas.
Ooh, here we go.
Trade, immigration, fiscal policy, and regulation. Our monetary policy stance is well positioned to deal with the risks and uncertainties we face as we gain a better understanding of the policy changes and their likely effects on the economy. It is not our role to comment on those policies. Rather, we make an assessment of their likely effects, observe the behavior of the economy, and set monetary policy in a way that best achieves our dual mandate goals. We have stressed that it will be very difficult to assess the likely economic effects of higher tariffs until there is greater certainty about the details, such as what will be tariffed, at what level, and for what duration, and the extent of any retaliation from our trading partners. While uncertainty remains elevated, it is now becoming clear that tariff increases will be significantly larger than expected. And the same is likely to be true of the economic effects, which will include higher inflation and slower growth. The size and duration of these effects remains uncertain. While tariffs are highly likely to generate at least a temporary rise in inflation, it's also possible that the effects could be more persistent. Avoiding that outcome would depend on keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored, on the size of the effects, and on how long it takes for them to pass through fully to prices. Our obligation is to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored and to make certain that a one-time increase in the price level does not become an ongoing inflation problem. We'll continue to carefully monitor the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We're well positioned to wait for greater clarity before considering any adjustments to our policy stance. It is too soon to say what will be the appropriate path for monetary policy. We understand the benefits of a solid economy where workers can find jobs and inflation is low and predictable. We also understand that elevated levels of unemployment or inflation can be damaging and painful for communities, families, and businesses. That is why we at the Fed will continue to do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
If you guys expected him to do something, well, he's not doing something again.
And now Q&A from the Cebu conference.
usual.
I believe they're in Arlington, Virginia. So
Maybe
we'll wait
doing
for the
nothing
Q&A
isn't
to
the
be
worst thing in
It
the
feels like
world.
quite a moment to be speaking with you, and I want to thank you for your time.
I'm going to bump it
He's
up
got
just
it.
a little bit. They're a little quiet.
Thank you
I
for
know there's
being here,
buzzing. That's the
and
feed.
Thank you for taking the time to speak with this group of business journalists. Also like to give a special thanks to Heather Long with the Washington Post, who helped make this event possible. So for starters, sir, how's your week been?
Just fine, thank you.
Care to elaborate?
So far, so good.
Chair Powell, yes, thank you so much for being here and taking our questions. You were talking about the economy as being a very strong economy. You characterized inflation as coming down, employment as
short-term?
being very strong still.
that
However,
one-time
President
talk.
Trump earlier this week, when asked about the market volatility we've been seeing, said the volatility was, quote, to be expected. This is a patient that was very sick. We inherited a terrible economy. A lot of voters did and do agree with that assessment, or at least in part. I'm wondering how you would respond to that assessment and the disconnect between the story of the data and the way a lot of people are feeling about the economy.
Sure. So let me just be clear at the start. I make it a practice not to respond to any elected officials' comments, so I don't want to be seen to be doing that. It's just not appropriate for me. But the situation, I think, is this, and people, when they're surveyed, they are unhappy about the economy. That seems to largely reflect the increase in the price level that happened when inflation was high, 2021, 22, and 23, largely. Inflation is now back down to much more normal levels. Unemployment is low. The economy has been growing, but people are still experiencing that high price level. In other words, prices don't go down. They know they're paying much more for the basic necessities of life, and they're right that they are, and they're not happy about it, and they're right not to be happy about it. So I think that accounts for the negative sentiment. We, of course, we're looking at inflation, which is the change in prices, and we're seeing that that has come down quite a bit, and that, you know, unemployment is actually low. It's sort of very close to measures of maximum employment, and the economy is growing. So all those statistics are good, but you know, the price increases of the past few years are weighing on people's budgets.
So I'm from Milwaukee, and I've been talking to business leaders, executives, and consumers in our community, in our region, for the last few weeks, mostly before this week's news. Chairman, they're troubled and they're nervous. One business owner told me, if there's a hint of a recession, we're cooked. And he asked me to share that with you. What's your response?
So I guess I would say, let's start with the fact that the incoming data right through this morning's employment report, which admittedly is from roughly a month ago, the week of March 12, they took the data, and it still shows us a solid economy. Unemployment's still low. I understand the uncertainty that's weighing on people. You ask about a recession.
Let them cook.
We don't actually, we don't make a probability forecast of how likely it is for there to be a recession, but many outside forecasters do, and many of them have raised the likelihood, albeit from very low levels. It's not something that anybody now is forecasting, or some people are starting to. And so there's not much more I can say about that. I realize that the uncertainty is high, and you know, what we've learned is that the tariffs are higher than anticipated, higher than almost all forecasters predicted. We're just we still don't know where that comes to rest, though, and we're just going to have to see that through.
At a congressional hearing last year, one of the U.S. representatives said that you were pretty boring, and you thanked him and said that you considered that a very high compliment. And in fact, I feel like it's one of the roles of the Federal Reserve, especially since the housing crisis, to be kind of a ballast, especially in the face of the volatility of the markets and the dramatics that we can experience with the economy. Very steady, no surprises, very reliable. In a moment like this, which also has a lot of drama and unpredictability, but it is not necessarily from an economic
GLD
crisis.
has hit its bottom side
by
weekly
design, it's
expected
political.
move as of
How do you
just
see
a moment ago.
your role in this moment?
So I think all of the values that you touched on are, in fact, the values that we try to live by. You know, we're driven by, you know, analysis and careful thought and discussion and debate, and the merits of things. We try to stay as far as we can from the political process. We don't look at political cycles or things like that. So, and I think people expect that from us. They expect us to tell the truth, and that's what we're going to do. But at the same time, we don't want to be part of the broader political discussion about the wisdom of policies that are not assigned to us. We're not responsible for trade policy, immigration policy, fiscal policy. So we don't comment on those. Decisions are made by others, and what we do is we use our tools to try to achieve the goals that Congress assigned us, which is maximum employment and price stability. So I like to think that over time we're a source of calm, rational analysis and also of stability. That's really what the business that we're in is providing, financial and macroeconomic stability to the public. That's really our purpose.
So how can businesses and individuals and the Fed make plans for the future when so much is being dictated by the actions of a single person? And do you see yourself as the consoler-in-chief on economic matters?
No, I think, take a step back. What's happening is, as I mentioned, the new administration is making, significant policy changes in trade, immigration, fiscal policy, and regulation. And you're still just a couple of months into the administration, and that process will take place. And at a certain point, the new policies will be on the table. They will be having the effects they're going to have on the economy, and uncertainty will decline. Right now, there's a lot of uncertainty about where all that's going to sort out, the forms it will take, and what the economic effects will be. If you fast forward a year from now, the uncertainty should be much lower. The actual effects of the policies should then be pretty manifest and clear. So I think I understand why it just is highly uncertain, both what the policies will turn out to be, exactly what they'll turn out to be, and also what their effects will be in the near term. We just have to go through that process, and it is just kind of a manifestation of our election cycle and a new administration coming in with new policies.
I mean, given all of the change happening and the fact that we are in a period where things have not settled in yet, and that the Federal Reserve and you as chair are very projection, data-driven, policy-driven, how do you handle a moment like now? I mean, can you tweak your plans and projections? Do you just do you have to reset them?
So, what we've had since in the last few months is, from the staff, has been a placeholder. Rather, they wouldn't call it a forecast because it's so uncertain. They call it a placeholder. And that's kind of how we've been thinking about it. So it's a good time to take a step back and let things clarify. That's why it's just too soon to say what the appropriate monetary policy response will be to these new policies. It is just too soon to say. We can't say with any confidence today. So that's what we're doing. We've taken a step back, and we're watching to see what the policies turn out to be and the ways in which they will affect the economy, and then we'll be able to act. Fortunately, our policy stance is in a good place for us to do that. We're probably moderately restrictive, let's say, so it's not really tight policy, but which is appropriate since inflation is a bit above target. So we think we're well positioned to address whatever may come. And in the meantime, I'd say we're waiting for greater clarity before we consider adjustments.
Business owners in Wisconsin have told me that they can't make their plans. They want to expand. They want to build a new facility. They want to hire or do whatever the future calls for. They say, we're trying to look around the corner. We're not even sure where the corner is, and we're not even sure what's around the corner. Sounds like they're in the same position as you are a little bit.
No, we hear the same thing. Of course, we have an incredible network of contacts with businesses and also universities, nonprofits, all different sectors, through the reserve banks and also through the Board of Governors. And that's what we hear. But again, it's a process. We're going through it, and I think we will know when we know what the policies are exactly and what their implications will be for the economy. That will all become clear, and I think that'll be a time when people can make decisions. In the meantime, though, I get it. We're hearing that a lot from people, and we are kind of in the same place, which is waiting for clarity about what our policy path should be.
It might be months away.
We'll have to see.
Yeah.
As you're talking about placeholders right now and having something in the place when there's so much that we don't know, it does occur to me that this is not the first economic shock that you have steered the markets and the economy through. Obviously, there was COVID almost exactly 5 years ago. It seems similar in certain ways with a lot of uncertainty, a lot of shock, also potential disruptions to prices and to supply, which is very much in the Federal Reserve's wheelhouse. I mean, from where you sit, can Liberation Day be compared to kind of the economic effects of COVID? Are they totally different, somewhat related?
I think each situation is different. There was COVID. There was also then, in the response to COVID, then there was high inflation, and then there was soft landing, and then and now we have new administration and changes in policies. And every situation, it kind of rhymes, but it's not exactly the same thing. And so in this situation, what we face is what I mentioned in my remarks, is you actually have risks for higher unemployment and higher inflation, and that's difficult for a central bank because our tools, which consist of interest rates, either slow down or speed up the economy over time. And, higher unemployment would call for speeding up the economy, and higher inflation would call for slowing it down. So you can be in a situation, if we find ourselves in that situation, we look at how far each of the two variables is from its goal, and we ask ourselves, how long would it take to get back? And we weigh those things and make a decision about what to do. But there's no question that's a different situation, very difficult situation. When we faced high inflation, it was painful for the country, painful for the people that we serve, but we knew what policy needed to be. We knew we needed to raise rates quite a bit. During the pandemic, we knew what we needed to do. It was very clear the direction that we needed to take with force, and we did.
It's almost a situation potentially where the dual mandate is at odds with itself.
The two goals are, as we say, in tension, or they may be. I'd say that's not what we're seeing right now, but it's the effects at the margin right now would be for higher inflation and perhaps higher unemployment, but that's a marginal effect. I would say you're not in a situation like we were in the 1970s where the two goals were really both pulling in opposite directions and required. That's where, it's just very hard for a central bank to be the answer to a situation like that. But that's not the situation we're really in today.
One of the questions from the audience that we had is, if unemployment takes off and inflation takes off, which lever do you go for? Which lever do you, what do you do?
So we actually have we have a document called our consensus statement, or the longer version is Statement on Longer Run Goals and Monetary Policy Strategy. And the 6th paragraph of that actually contemplates when the two goals are in tension. And what it says is, think about how far each variable is from its goal, and think about how long it would take for each to get back. So in a way, it's an equation. You're comparing two quantities, which each have two variables.
Keep your eyes on Microsoft.
And then you say, you look at that and you think, what do we need to do? And typically this doesn't happen very often, but if one of them is further away, then you would focus on that one. In the case of high inflation, they actually both pointed in the same direction. The labor market was overheated and inflation was very high. So both of those called for tight monetary policy. This could be different, but again, we're not actually facing
you're seeing
that
what I'm seeing
today.
I feel like there's another tension inherent in your job, which is that you're looking at the macro economy, at the global economy, really, and the U.S. places in it, but also the data you're looking at is very profoundly human, as Jim has been pointing out. Jobs, I think, and prices are probably the two most human pieces of data, and certainly in our day-to-day experience, probably the things that loom the largest. How do you reconcile those two things when you're looking at the data, like both the global markets and knowing that the data represents a lot of lives and jobs and egg prices and things like that?
So I think at the Fed, we always keep a focus on the people that we serve, and we know and are very conscious daily that the things that we do have a real effect on people's lives. We know that, and it really does focus the mind. And I think if you talk to people at the Fed, there's a very strong commitment to serving the public as well as we possibly can. Economic events are just very, very unpredictable at times, and there are shocks that you can't see coming. But nonetheless, our job is to, whatever happens, use our tools to bring the economy back to stability, back to price stability, back to maximum employment. And that's what we do. But you're right. We try to keep everybody in the room with us when we're thinking about what to do.
So in response to the last round of tariffs, Harley-Davidson, which is based in Milwaukee, moved some production to Thailand. Now the company might be whipsawed again by the new tariffs. It could be really devastating for sales, for employment, for the future of that company. But a lot of companies are in that same position. And what do you say to companies like Harley-Davidson and their workers?
So it just isn't, I really want to stick to our knitting. I mean, we have this great thing called our independence of monetary policy, and that's critical for us to be able to do our job. But for us to keep that independence, we need to not succumb to the temptation to want to be a player on issues that are not assigned to us. And trade policy is one of those. There are many, many issues that people love to try to pull us in on, almost every issue, really. And we just need to stick to our knitting, not get pulled into those things. And so Trade policy is a classic one. Energy policy is another. Climate change, immigration is not really, although all of those things have economic implications, and it gets argued that way. But if we treated those as our job, the case for our independence would disappear. So I really can't comment on, we hear the same stories like that, but honestly, the policymakers who are charged with that, they're probably hearing the same stories too, and they're reaching a judgment about what's in the best interest of the country in the long run. That's what they are doing, I guess, and that's, so it's not for us to comment on that.
What happens inside the Fed at a moment like right now, when there's so much change and quite a bit of uncertainty? When you're watching things unfold, what does that look like, practically speaking? What are people doing inside the building?
I agree, Finn.
So I'm very proud to work with the people I work with. I can tell you that in times like this, or times like the pandemic, where the global financial markets were shutting down, the global economy was shutting down, people step forward and they say, "We've got this." These are career people who were here for the global financial crisis. They've got 25 years, 35 years of experience with crises, and they step forward and it's just incredible what they can do and how good they are. It's a great honor to work with them. So right now isn't that situation. We have the situation we have. So our trade people and our inflation people and our macroeconomists are all working hard to kind of digest the news of this week and try to filter that into the forecast that they'll make. And policymakers are doing very much the same thing, and we're reading everything we can about what's happening and
keep your
lots
eye
of
on
outside
Google
analysis
and
too.
Microsoft.
We don't have an
30-minute
FOMC
chart,
meeting
2-hour
until
chart, whichever you
May
prefer.
6 and 7.
Keep an eye on them.
So that's really a process that lasts several weeks, and we're not quite at that stage yet. But we're kind of thinking ahead to that and working through all of that. I will say though, it feels like we don't need to be in a hurry. It feels like we have time
Really?
to. Yes. It feels like we don't. No, it's like I said. You have inflation is going to be moving up and growth is going to be slowing, but it isn't really. To me, it's not clear at this time what the appropriate path for monetary policy will be, and we're going to need to wait and see how this plays out before we can start to make those adjustments.
Question from the audience.
I feel like Jerome Powell just got an
one of our
excuse
SABU
to not do
members
anything
is,
again for a
are
longer
you in
period of
contact with
time.
other central bankers in other countries at a time like this?
Yes, pretty frequently. Absolutely, I am. And the same was true during the other crises I've been through. Not only that, though, we do meet very regularly. The IMF World Bank meetings here in Washington twice a year. We go to Basel multiple times a year to meet. That's all central bankers. And there are also G20 meetings, G7 meetings where the central bankers are there. So we're kind of regularly meeting and talking. And when we're not doing that, we're also texting each other. And
Is there a group chat?
I'm not at liberty to say. No, there's not.
And have you talked to those central bankers this week?
Recently, yeah, I didn't want to get too specific about this, but yes, I have.
What's their sentiment? Can you characterize that?
I'd rather, again, I don't comment on what my international colleagues say, or it's not appropriate. But we're talking about events, we're talking about the implications for the economy. We're discussing what we're hearing from markets and from business people and for from the elected governments too. It's all the things you would expect us to be talking about on a regular basis. It's one of the best things about
NVIDIA is still sitting right
this
on the monthly
role is that
expected
the central banks have a lot. We're all non-political, so we think about things in quite similar ways, and they're real bonds. We're not lobbying each other ever on policy. It's just never. That's just not a thing, because we do our policy here, they do their policy there. But we develop really, really good relationships and bonds with them, and it's one of the real pleasures and benefits being able to talk about this, just not only with the great people at the Fed, but also with the leaders around the world.
I mean, it's interesting because it is a job of enormous responsibility and power, but it's also a job. How would you characterize the job of Fed chair? Like, how is it as a job?
Honestly, that's what it is. I really feel just like another person doing that job.
Really?
Yeah.
You just like,
That's how it is. I'm doing a job. I have a job to do. I actually really like the job. I like it a lot. I enjoy it. It can be stressful at times. Nonetheless, incredibly interesting, great people to work with, really important. You know, what more could you want? But that's what it is. And, you know, again, I'm blessed by working with great colleagues who are really committed to getting it right. I mean, fully appreciate how important it is that we get it right and do everything we possibly can to bring the best thinking, the best analysis, and debate things, you know, over and over until we feel like we're in the right place. At the same time, there is no certainty in this. You can be wrong because the economy can zig when you thought it was going to zag.
So your term as Fed chair ends about a year from now. What do you think about your job security?
I fully intend to serve all of my term.
excellent. I mean, as
GME is
we're getting
confirming
close
a
to wrapping
2-hour
up,
versus
I did
signal.
want to ask something a little bit out of the
It'll take
box.
an hour
I think
and a half to
because
confirm.
you do have a position of such great responsibility, people are very curious about you, and I think people tend to read into everything a Fed chair does, small gestures, word choice. I know it's part of our jobs in this room to pore over every word you choose. I did want to ask about one thing that I've wondered about for years, which is your tie. You always seem to wear
Okay,
a
I'm
purple
turning this
tie,
bullshit off.
and
I'm not
every
doing
time I
that,
think I've
guys.
seen you, you've worn a purple tie.
I'm not doing that. That's not going to happen. I'm not going to sit here and talk about someone's tie. We have more important things to pay attention to. So during that, okay, a lot of people saying this. He didn't do anything, blah, 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 blah. That's too cookie cutter. How are you feeling? Do you like your job? Questions. Don't care. I really don't care if you like it or not. If you like it, then I think you're more willing to do sketchy things to keep it, right? That's kind of how I see it. The other thing is, someone brought up in the chat real quick. I saw this a few times. Okay, this is a nothing burger. This is a nothing burger. This is a nothing burger. This is blah, 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 right? Okay, so one thing that I would mention about this is sometimes nothing or calmness is a good thing for people to see. Okay, sometimes it's a bad thing for people to see, right? They might think, oh, he said he's not doing anything. That's bad. This is really bad. This can pile on. But the other side to that is if he's saying, yeah, we kind of have to see how it plays out. It's kind of overblown right now. We don't know enough information, blah, blah, blah. Right? That calmness can have an effect on how people actually look at these type of things. And we'll see if that effect is shown in the price action. I'm not a fan of someone who's not willing to actually react to things. But at the same time, in this moment, not reacting, right? It's kind of like when maybe someone is talking rudely about you. Okay, sometimes not reacting is the best reaction, or else sometimes that bully or whoever wants that fuel to the fire. So if he would have reacted today and said, I think there is potential for us to really need to cut rates in the next 2 months or something like that, that would be much different. So weirdly enough, it's interesting, but you can see that most of the time, I think you would see bulls wanted to see some comfort, some real comfort, and all they got was kind of a calmness. They didn't necessarily get comforted. They just had someone kind of coming in level-headed saying, yeah, we're not going to discuss this. Things still look good. Things still look okay. We'll see the reaction as these things actually get implemented. And I think that's fine. But so far, that turns out to be if you want to call it nothing burger, then we need to see what the price action does next. I wanted to go over a couple of things here. Okay, daily charts. Right, I still want you guys, keep in mind that Microsoft does have this daily divergence. Keep in mind that Google has this daily divergence down here, okay? Now, these things are starting to violate the second point, but not the first on Google. But on Microsoft, it is holding very, very nicely. We'll see if it actually gets positivity. What would get positivity going? Well, if the 2-hour chart is able to curl up. If we look down in these type of areas, we see 2-hour divergence and a little lip right here. Well, on the 30-minute, can we use a hint to see if the 2-hour is going to turn up? Well, you actually do, and they happen to be at the same exact time. Okay, so this means the 30-minute could get more complex, right? We always know it can get more complex, but the 30-minute turning up here and maybe taking back the 5 would be a good signal that the 2-hour is going to confirm. That 2-hour confirming could lead to more positivity that gets the daily to confirm, right? And then we're just looking for those little failures for all of those time frames. But I want you to see this. It's at the same time. Back here, we actually had a bunch of flatness that happened to be at the same time as making a 30-minute divergence and 2 hour at the same time. You're kind of in that scenario right now. Now, you do not have confirmation in any way. You do not have the RSI. You do not have the MACD. You do not have the price action. So as it stands right now, selling would continue. Does that mean it's a good opportunity right now to say short? Well, where is Microsoft at? If you're a part of Patreon, you know exactly where Microsoft is at. It has already tagged the weekly expected move. This big green bar is exactly on, like pretty much right on, just undercutting the weekly expected move. Those wicks coming down, they are not testing the weekly expected move. So that is something we can look into. And we can just keep this in the back of our mind that we can utilize Microsoft and Google. And if they see positive price action, then we would want to pay attention to that. My trade over with Amazon, right? Amazon, this could curl down again too, but notice it's holding the divergence on the 30-minute for the RSI. This one is definitely one we want to be aware of for a higher low or some kind of divergence at lower levels. That divergence does not have to go all the way down to this low. It measures from right here. So you just have to cut this. If you cut that, you will have divergence. If we're able to see some kind of upward move that then fails, this is something I'd be watching for. For the time being, though, Amazon does not look as good. It is not as good of a hint. The big hints are, I would say, Google and Microsoft. Pay attention to those. Taking a look over at Bitcoin, I would be looking at Bitcoin as well. Bitcoin is not seeing massive, massive drops. We see how it would. Boom, right? Maybe we just take a little line like this and we go, okay, there is some kind of signal here, right? There's something going on. If the 2 hour turns down, maybe the story changes and this is distributed in the downward direction. We will see. The other one that is very interesting, and I know a lot of people don't like it, but there is a 2 hour divergence for GME. You do see that confirming as of right now. This is not the end of the bar. This is an hour and 27 minutes left in the bar. I wouldn't be reading into this until probably the last 15 minutes of this bar, because on the 2 hour, you could literally see this sit in this price action forever. And then in the last 15 minutes, you just see that sell come in and we head to lower levels. That's how GME likes to behave. So be making sure to understand the risk that you are taking if you decide to take something early. So that is something to understand there. Very, very nice. It's just nice that we actually have signals to pay attention to. The other thing was you probably saw me flash this up during the show or during the talk. Okay, what do we see here for the housing sector? You see a 30-minute divergence on your RSI, not on the MACD at the same time. So this all could produce positivity that then fails, and then we see an actual more sturdy bottoming signal for the 30-minute. You have no real signal for this 2 hour. You have no well, I guess on the daily scale, you actually do have it, right? We actually went over that earlier. So you do have daily divergence, but you might need to do that work on the 2 hour, on the 30-minute to really base this thing out. This could take some time. But I wanted you to see that big green bar that came in as he was overall starting his talk. So going back over to the SPY, we are still at lower levels. We are seeing that there is definite possibility of turning down to, I would even say 500 at this point. There is a possibility of that, or at least a way to cut this low, turn down, maybe see a little 1, 2, 3 kind of move, sweep that low, get this to curl down, and then curl back up. That would be a sign of some kind of bounce that can take place, but this is a 5-minute chart. 5-minute charts, I do not trust them with a lot of money. When I scale in due to a 5-minute chart before a 30-minute divergence completes, usually that is a small position, and then when the 30-minute confirms, I add to that position. Okay, I want to be very clear about that. A 5-minute is how I can scale in early, assuming a little bit more risk to get a great price. But at the same time, I need confirmations from the 30-minute, and this 30-minute does not have divergence. So keep that in mind. Hopefully you found that information overall helpful, maybe more helpful than a whole, we're not going to do anything again by the Fed. But hey, you know, sometimes no reaction is an okay reaction, and then we'll have to see what happens next. I am going to go over and check on some things real quick. We are going to look at, see if any kind of news drop was happening here. I wanted to go and see, because people were talking about Vietnam. I just want to read that for myself. So far, the headlines, I might go into these, but so far the headline 33 minutes ago from the Wall Street Journal said, Trump says Vietnam wants to cut its tariffs to 0. Do you understand how big of an impact that would have? That would have a massive, massive impact. All right. I'm not going to sit here and be like, yes, this is like the best thing in the world. But if you really look at this and you go down to Vietnam, they're number 3 on the list. That is 90%. 90%. If that goes to 0, that would be a big deal. And it seems that names like Nike or someone like that is what people are mentioning. Looks like Nike would be something there, which is fun for Nike because on the weekly scale, you do have that weekly divergence. Yes, you violated the first couple in here. You have violated that. You are holding the main point. So we will see what happens with this at the end of it all, because Nike is overall suggesting with this weekly signal that it could go up for a little while. AKA, this is usually a signal before you get that, hey, I can hold on to this for 1 to 2 years. You look at the monthly scale, that's been deep for a long time. The last time that it was this deep, you haven't seen an experience like this. So if this is able to turn up and go positive on the monthly scale, that would be one of these type of moments possibly happening right here. And that would be a great, great thing. Maybe it only lasts for 12 months, though, before you see that next drop. So don't expect this to have to, rip and roar for years and years and years. This could set up the lower high. We could see this move up for a year and then set up a lower high before this is able to turn up because we are negative on the monthly chart. But this is suggesting if the weekly chart confirms those divergences for Nike, if Vietnam actually does what Trump is overall saying, then that could be a good thing. That is what I'm saying. I think this is a way to use it as a bargaining chip and say, you use our economy, you use our consumers. So if you still want to use our consumers and not have them just buy things from the United States as we increase production and manufacturing, then you have to react. And Vietnam is showing that reaction as of right now. I'm going to go over and look at our little list here, because our list, let's see, yesterday, I believe. Because our list was negotiating Canada, Mexico, India, Israel, Malaysia, and Japan. Who was not on that list yesterday? Who was not on any of these lists yesterday? Vietnam. Vietnam is an outlier here that came in all of a sudden, and now we're seeing that reaction. So that's very interesting. Another post by, let's see, of course, we got negative from the negative people. Once again, if you see negative articles all the time, if every single article is negative, stop reading that news source. You will be in a negative mindset for your whole life if you continue to read into a news source that is only posting negative, 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 negative. Is not a good thing. Stop, it's just, this is more of a mental health type of thing. This is more of where your brain is at throughout the entire time, right? It is very difficult to be in a positive mindset while reading a bunch of negative things, all right? Just be aware of that. There are some places out there that I can literally click on, CNBC and find 20 negative articles and not one good one right now, which is very interesting. Now, Vietnam has asked them to postpone the tariff and engage in negotiations. So we will potentially have negotiations soon or over the weekend. Yeah, so you literally have CNBC talking badly, saying, these things are going to, they're not even talking about the fact that Vietnam's trying to come to the table. And that's just not a good news source. You want someone who's going to give you both, at least give you both. It looks like, hats off to Wall Street Journal for actually, posting how bad it was yesterday, but also posting a potential good thing today, meaning a reaction from Vietnam. Hats off to Wall Street Journal. All right, cool. That was very, very good. I actually really didn't enjoy it. I don't think I really enjoy too often for the Fed to say nothing. But I think in this case, I think it's a very mature and likely thing to happen. Yes, they did talk about it earlier. I'm just talking about the news source, right? We were watching the talk, so I have to go look at it myself, right? I want to see it's being reported, right? I'm not saying I'm the first to break it or something. I'm not the one who's going to be the first to break breaking news. I'm not going to be that guy. That's not what I do. Nope. I go back, but I will clarify that it is actually happening. Right, Dubs? But that's good that they talk. It's kind of crazy they talked about it before the speech. And I think that's why, you'd probably expect a question towards it, right, Dubs? Oh, they did. Okay, that's good. That's good. I'm just seeing, the first 5 articles I read from CNBC were all just negative things, but maybe I clicked on the wrong thing. So there are some good things that can happen from these. I was surprised that Nike dropped lower, but I also wasn't because of the tariffs, right? But Vietnam looks like, hey, they're happy about that, so we'll see. Yeah, Dubs. It's just what I happened to click on. I was like, Jesus, every article from them is just bad. It's just this is all awful. And I bet the writing in even a positive article is probably negative. So I just, I think of family members I know who grew up with legacy media and those type of things. And yeah, they overall just tell me negative things all the time. And I'm like, Jesus, that is not a way to live, man. I never turn on any of them, Grima. I just don't turn on any of them. I just think for myself. I'll look at, they're like, hey, Vietnam is saying this. Okay, let me look at the Vietnamese statement. Let me look at the statement from Vietnam. Okay, Donald Trump is doing this. Okay, let me look at what he put out there to say what he is doing, and then I can make my own thought towards it, and then go maybe look at how other people I respect are actually looking into that information. And everyone's different. You might respect someone that I don't, and that's perfectly fine. We think differently. We're human. We think differently. It's not a big deal, right? Trade the price action, not the news. Jeffrey, God, I love it. Because if you trade the price action, if you trade the news, it's kind of difficult to be open to things like Microsoft and Google showing good things. If those wipe out, those have not confirmed, right? So if those wipe out, you need to pay attention to that as well. Those are the hints. Let's see real quick here. Hey, GME looks like it's doing okay things. Just doing some look here, see if I can find something on it. Okay, look for more Vietnam stuff throughout the day. We'll see what goes on with that. I'm not going to try to pay too much attention to any kind of news. No, thank you. Why is my chat all buggy? Chat's buggy, so hold on one second. Okay, AMC versus GME. I'll look at my other charts. I don't want to distract people over here. Really, we should leave up Microsoft and Google and be looking at those, but I'll keep an eye on them on my other charts. Yeah, AMC, first the initial flush, starting to come back, but no real sign of good development there. GME just looks way better. GME, like it's funny because AMC a week ago looked way better than GME. Now it's GME looks better than AMC all of a sudden after just a few days. That's how fast these things can change, right? Trade like water has never been more important, really. It's just I decided to do things differently this time to test myself. Okay, and then... All right, let's see here. Let's see if the Qs have that. Okay, there. Chat's starting to pump back up. Thank you, guys. Sorry, I had to go look at YouTube to see that real quick. Watching how the weeklies close, very, very good. Putting in them long hours today, huh? Yeah, I'm setting myself up for a rigorous kind of day, you know, but that's okay. I just want to sit. I just want to sit and hang out and watch charts. I'm going to be watching them most of the day today to watch the Microsoft and Google thing anyway. So I figure, why not hang out with you guys? You guys cool with that? If you're happy with a little bit longer stream, hey, I'll tell you what. We'll keep the stream going as long as the likes keep increasing. How about that? If you come in and you like the video, maybe that adds a whole minute. No, we'll keep going, guys. I want to hang out with you guys. Can you imagine we close in the weekly? That would be very crazy. Most likely you're not going to see big money moves again until actually 15 minutes from now could be big. And then I would say leading up into that that end of day, that last hour. Just added a minute. Hey, thanks, Josh Dub. Appreciate you. I'll tell you what, we'll add 10 minutes because I don't think we're going to get, you know, what, 300 likes or something like that. So we'll say 10 minutes. We'll add 10 minutes for you, Josh. How about that? We should do one of those streams. Every sub gets another 30 minutes and we just stay live. And then I end up staying live for like years. But in a month-long stream, you'll go viral. Well, what's that one guy that did it? He's the young guy. Oh god, I don't know his name. Some white dude with like that basic dirty blonde hair. Oh god, who is he? He's pretty entertaining. He did it. He was crazy. He was insane for doing it. I think he like left it on while he was sleeping and stuff. Once he had enough time to sleep with the subs or something, he like slept. I just don't remember. Mission accomplished. Thanks, Josh. We got Dubs and Josh Dub. You guys should be besties. Let's go check on the QQQ. So checking on the QQQ, remember that level is pretty much right in here. Okay, right there, actually, pretty much right here. So for that 95% zone, we're right here. We don't even see a 5-minute divergence or anything like that. No signal of this actually turning back to the upside just yet. Great little buy-in, probably some buy before the news. Another one that day traders can utilize that level right here as resistance and see that thing sell back off. So that's great. We're just watching. The Qs do not have like great signals at all. They really don't at this point, right? I did notice some YouTubers that were in agreement with this, saying this might be overhyped, saying, yeah, there's a divergence on the MACD, and then I noticed they deleted off their RSIs. So I don't delete anything off. If something I say and they're at the same time, that's what I like to see. If they're not at the same time, hey, you can't read into it as much, but it doesn't mean that it can't reverse with weaker signals, okay? So we'll see if that's going to take place. I think we could spend some time down here. I think you have some time, and you're probably going to need some kind of tariff news. You really will. So we'll see if anything's solidified with Vietnam. Okay, let's keep Microsoft up here. I think Microsoft looks pretty interesting, so we'll see. Microsoft dropping off. We'll see if that starts to violate some key levels. That level there, 364. 364, very, very important. Alberto, thank you so much for joining us today. Appreciate you being here. I think you're more like end of the day now, which is kind of unfortunate because we might be live here for a bit. I might have to take a lunch in a little bit, guys, but usually I only take like a 45-minute break, 30-minute break. You think those spies go? Oh, you think the Qs are maybe going to 400? I was like, spy to 400? You're calling that? Damn. I was like, that's crazy call. But crazy things can happen. So now we just sit and we hang out. We watch this stuff. You turn on some little light tunage so it's in the background, and I'll mention things that I see as important, if things are failing, if things are crossing, if things are looking good, if things are looking bad. The 15-minute divergence is not on the RSI for Microsoft, so keep that in mind. So 30-minute will be your friend here. And you could make new signals, so. But it's still good for us to watch this SPY just because we actually have that dotted line there. It's too, I don't want to crowd that area for the Qs. We shall see. Well, if you take into consideration the levels that printed as of last night, 490 is possible. 490 is possible. But this is probably going to get people to go pretty damn bearish. They're still bearish at this time. Still more puts, more puts, more puts hanging up there all day. And if you look back, by the way, if you look back to say like August, 30-minute chart, let's go 30 minutes so we're not doing some things. If you look back to August, right, you got this little run after the open, right? You got that run. Okay, you go August 5th, we turn back down, you see this little lip up, then you start to gap up. You still see these moments where it gets choppy to keep people aware of like, hey, we could head down, we could head down, we could head down. And you can. This is maybe a management of the trade. And then once you see that confirm again, you go, okay, yeah, now we're off to the races again. And that's taking back the 5. So taking back the 5 will be very important. Where does that 5 set up for us right now? Well, the 5 as of right now is very, very high up. So it is more likely to see some kind of higher low on the 30-minute, some kind of divergence on the 30-minute to reverse this around. As of right now, the 5-minute is dropping again, getting a confirmation on the RSI and the price action, but the MACD has not crossed yet. So we're just sitting here waiting. Because right now it's saying, hey, there is some confirmation, not a full one, but there is some reasons that this could head down and take out this low. And I'm guessing day traders probably have stops very tight right here. Right at that like 511. 511.50. So we'll see. Yeah, you missed it, Richard, but it's okay. They were asking about his tie at the end. Pretty much all you need to know is he's calm and he's not doing anything again. Was it Jay Bravo? Was what Jay Bravo? Sorry, Brian, I might have missed what we were talking about for a sec. He mainly was just calm, and he's like, yeah, I mean, I don't think this changes anything in the short term. He goes, short term, we could see inflation spikes and things like that, but we have to see how this stuff goes, right? He's using the scenario of I need to wait for more data again. This bought him a lot more time to just sit and wait on data again, which, you know, if they think that's what's best, hey, they think that's what's best. We are live, Toronto. Well, Jay say, I mean, the signals would agree with you this time around. Made money both ways today. Thanks, Lucas. Matthew, hopefully these levels were able to help you out a little bit, but congratulations. Of course, I choose the most complex time in like our, you know, recent couple of years. I literally chose the most complex time to try something a little bit different. But it was actually a good thing too, because now I know how complex this is and how my emotions are going, and I'm really thanking myself for putting that ceiling on the position size. Toronto, take a look at Microsoft and Google on the 2-hour and 30-minute chart. Those are your hints. That's a hint to what could come if those actually confirm. We will read into those. Those will be potential confirmations we'll be watching. Right now, I think it's dropping down again, though. Yeah, we're dropping down again. Testing the weekly expected move for Microsoft. Google trying to cross down, maybe go for a test of 148.50 again. We'll see. But Google and Microsoft, those are the two I have my eye on. I'm just going to keep those up on a 30-minute, and we'll notify you about those. The 30-minute would be an early confirmation. Those can fail. Great job, though, if you're able to make a winning trade today. And overall, just if you're able to make a winning trade today or multiple trades, you know, congratulations. Good job. A little bit of chop can go a long way for a day trader, huh? All right. Actually, I will look at this 5-minute then. We're hitting the weekly expected move, going down for another 5-minute divergence point. So I am watching a 5-minute over here for Microsoft. Microsoft going directly to that weekly expected move and seeing this come in. We'll see if this turns back up. Now, I mean, if you wanted to do it, you wanted the these charts to get tight, right? So you wanted these to get tighter. They just expanded. You want these to probably even get tighter than this, honestly. If you zoom out, though, you're going boom, boom. You want them to get tight and then see that expansion. Actually, I'm going to turn it off on the hourly for now as well. So, but mainly 30-minute, 2-hour signal. 30-minute would be the riskier one, but the first signal that you see, right? 30-minute would be the first one to see. It can always be more complex, so we'll see what happens with it. Sorry for the guys. Hey, that's good though. At least they came back for you, right? You probably appreciate that. That's good. So I'll keep an eye on those on my other screen. Right now, 5-minute trying to potentially cross down for the SPY, so we'll watch that. That's how we could potentially end up down towards, maybe even as low as 500. That's the next real level I see, unless we just sweep the low and turn up. Sweep the leg. It's a long live show today. I have to see if wifey needs me, you know, if she needs help, I'm going to probably have to hop off, but I'm going to try to stay live as long as possible. Yes, puts and bears are on top right now. Well, what you're experiencing, Jacob, and you're saying who's losing, right? But who has lost, right? Because in games all the time, think of it like a game. Teams take risk. Teams leverage certain players, right? Put them in certain positions, do certain strategies to take on some risk to potentially get a crazy good outcome, right? Sometimes that takes people by surprise. Do you think people were taken by surprise here? Yes. But what's the whole point of this? I think it's to make the difference between those percentages that you saw with the tariffs. I think it's overall to say, we need these numbers to come down. Let's leverage our consumer base. But like you said, they are losing right now. Yes, they are losing right now, you would say. According to your market, you would say that. Yeah, Toronto, that'd be a good sign. That'd be a good thing. But we got to see if it's proven. And I think Microsoft and Google are great hints. That's why I'm going to keep an eye on them for you over here. I'm even going to blow up this RSI just a little bit bigger so I can see it nice. Nice and solid. Love that MACD a little bit too. No, the VIX looks like it's going to keep going. Okay, so the VIX looks, this is why you know, once you get to these areas, you will need some news to potentially push you back up. You know, unless it's like, hey, it's priced in, but you do not have good things happening from volatility. If anything, volatility is saying, I'm going to scale up one more time, right? The 15-minute crosses up. Volatility looks like it might want to scale up again. It's kind of gearing up, remaining at those higher levels, just moving, pulling back with time, if you want to say it that way, right? 15-minute looks like it could get another curl up. TSM, very, very dramatic to the downside. This will be very random for it to turn back up. This is why you need good news. But you are at levels that really spiked up during that time, right? 145 down to 134. You could end up all the way at 134 before this thing catches a bounce. You are running into some support here in some way. There is a gap in this area, so this area is important and you can get a bounce from it, but you do not have the reversal signals you would like to. All you have is a MACD divergence for TSM for the daily scale. That's all you really have here. The 2-hour is wiped out. The 30-minute is wiped out. Okay, so this does not look like a Microsoft or a Google right now, just so you are aware. Doesn't mean it can't snap back, but it doesn't mean it can't keep dropping. You know, and right now the signal suggests, hey, any bounce, there's going to be a drop. That's what the signals say with a lot of these, even for the SPY. For the SPY on the 30-minute, it would say a bounce has the more likelihood to be just that, a bounce, not a bottom, right? We could spend a lot of time down in this area before we're actually able to base out. boom to the upside maybe later on, right? We'll have to find out. And that's why we're going to utilize other stocks, other big stocks, to see if they're giving us any kind of hint. Bull Bear consolidate. I mean, as far as it goes, I don't necessarily care. According to my trade, I don't necessarily care what it does today. I care what it has done by, say, April 10th, because that's what my plan overall suggests, right? That's my plan for the trade. I'm trying to follow that plan as best as I can. Damn, thank you. That was in depth. Yeah, I'm just trying to. It's not that much. There's not that much going on with TSM, right? Because you're hitting key support levels that are big. It's a big zone, Jacob. All right, it's a big zone that I noticed there. You can go all the way down to 30. What was it, 134 or something like that? So it is a big range there. But you are in a gap right there that you gapped above earlier, like a year and a half ago, and you need to be paying attention to that because that's where we saw a huge green upside after a big dump. Okay, so we're just going to watch it and just be like, okay, if these signals aren't very good, then they're not very good, and I need to treat them like they're not very good, right? A V shape would be very speculative for TSM right now. But we could utilize Microsoft and Google. Maybe those are the ones I want to pay closer attention to because I don't see the same good things, the obvious things. I like things to be obvious. That's why I'm not taking a position with the SPY. I don't think it's obvious enough for me to look at, right? I'd rather, Amazon holding some things. I would rather, if I was at this point looking at a position. So let's say I had shorts and I was like, okay, I'm making my money today. Awesome. Is there anything that maybe this is overblown? I'd be watching Microsoft and Google, right? I've already scaled into positions in the stocks that I've chosen, but I'd be watching Microsoft and Google right now very closely. That's all I got to say. You can stare at stocks that you like to, you can make your own decisions, but hey, I like how Microsoft and Google looks. If they actually confirm, then I would make a decision at that point because they actually have the signal. You don't have to risk to reward all of that, And the thing is, who in their right mind is going to hold calls over the weekend if we end up like this? Think about that for a second. Who in their right mind would be like, I'm taking calls going into this weekend, retail-wise? Do you think retail would really think of doing that? I don't think so. So I'm going to take the position. I'm going to keep it. I'm just going to go, okay, this was my plan the entire time. Now I'm fully scaled in. I have to hold this thing for a couple of days. Natural born nerds like me. Well, that's I'm overall just putting out the sentiment probably across the board though. People see this, they start to go, oof, I don't want to hold this over the weekend. I'm going to sell it before the weekend. This could really see a big drop on Monday. But they forget about the other side, which is we have a 68% chance to get where by the end of the month above this line. Now that can take a lot of time, right? We can take a long time to get there, but by the end of the month, we should be back in those lines. Oh, Brian, thanks so much for subscribing. Appreciate you being here, buddy. Yeah, TSM looking a little rough there. What did SMH do? Semiconductors looked, the funny part is semiconductors looked so good coming into the day. They were holding the levels. They were doing well, and then boom, they're just awful. Now, NVIDIA is seeing this break down a little bit further. The 30-minute is very, very deep. And the 5-minute is trying to cross over again. We are now hitting a monthly expected move downside again. Yeah, I saw that, Jacob, and that's why I was confused. That's why I was slightly confused. But, it is what it is. We got confirmation of downside, and downside happened at the end of the day. So reading into price action was better. God, it's so rainy out. Probably going to be playing yesterday's gap fill, easy target. Yeah, find those things that seem very, very simple. I think that's fine. But you got to do what's best for you. Amazon is almost at the lower daily and the weekly. Yep, it is. Oh, it's below the weekly, like for sure, right? It's below the weekly. It's at the monthly. Daily. Yeah, the daily expected move was not able to get closed below on that that wick about an hour into the day, 9:30 my time. Give me come some. Hearing my daughter's music upstairs. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Oh no, I gotta play tunes or else that's gonna be stuck in my head all day. Over here. This is so funny. And like I'm surprised no AMC or GME people coming in here to ask about Ryan Cohen's buy. That was surprising to me. But we had great signals, so great timing. The signals got the timing again, so they were able to hold well enough, and then boom, something happens. That's great. That's able to hold that signal firm. See what happens. Oh, I know the weekly divergence is there. Oh, I've seen we've mentioned the weekly divergence a ton of times. We mentioned the triple divergence at the top of this thing before it started to fall, right? Like, we're aware of it. Holding Amazon calls over the weekend. Hey, I'll be doing the same. My strategy tells me to. My plan for this trade, my position plan, was to hold. And I'm glad that I have longer outdated expiration because this is taking longer than I expected. Looks pretty good. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Should we do a new poll now? What kind of poll? What kind of question should we ask? Let's do that. But who believes in the Microsoft and Google signals? Will Microsoft and Google be the ones where are they going to be our hint? Are they going to be the ones to do it? I got to get this off of here. There we go. You got a little bit of time there, Dallas. My favorite stock that I've traded is Apple, but I just haven't been able to trade that regularly lately. I've actually traded Amazon more, I think, in 2024 and so far 2025. I guess Amazon and Meta were the two that I was trading decently often, and then a few trades over with JP Morgan. I missed the Meta one to the upside or to the downside because I was waiting for another divergence point. I got a little greedy with being like, I want the best price, and that's my issue, right? That was an issue with that time, but the JP Morgan one was good. The gold one this year was good for a brief moment of time. That was good. And then now GLD, I think it's FOMOing. That's nice. We go down to the lows. Rejection divergence, maybe. We'll see. But this could just produce a 30-minute bounce to test the 5, right? Yeah, full chronology. That's kind of what we're looking at here, the rejection divergence possible. But this is only a signal to give you a 30-minute move. We have to see Google and Microsoft and what they do. Oh, shoot, I got to pee. I'll be right back. Right back. Be right back. Watch the SPY for a second. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. What did we miss? So I will have. Oh, I got these. So I can go up there and I can tell Mama Bear's still not feeling the best and stuff. So I am gonna go for till about 12:30 my time. So you have about 45 minutes, and then we're going to I'm gonna have to hop off and go help out. Okay, guys. I want to make sure to give her some time. So we won't be able to go on Rumble today, unfortunately, but we tried to give you a long stream here on YouTube. I take back my donation. Oh shit. You lied to me. Hey, Richard, I hope you appreciate it. She needs the help, man. I wish I could stay all day. I really do. That was my plan, and she was okay with it, but she's like, "Hey, do you mind?" I'm like, "No, not at all." You know, it's unfortunate, Richard. You want me to return that? I'll return it, buddy. I think there's a way for me to do that. Up to you, big dog. We see here that that looked pretty. It looked good for a second, then it turns right back down. Still looking at the 5-minute. Wants to confirm down. We did not take out the wick. I don't even think we took out these low. Yeah, we came down to them. I take care of the probably the best way to take care of the kids so the lady gets some. Yeah, I want her to be able to go take a good nap like we did. Actually, we did that yesterday and the day before. So she's either she's using me for naps or she really is not feeling well, and she does not like to take naps. So I think she's not feeling well. He's a real piece of work. Oh goodness. Ooh, dollar actually getting up there. Some divergence there for sure, but at least the dollar is showing somewhat a bounce back here. A pretty good bounce too. Usually those 1% moves or even 2% move. Look at that. That's like a 2% move. Pretty crazy for the dollar. Still going to keep my eye on the housing sector as well. See if this holds up better. That will be a good thing to pay attention to. We'll obviously keep an eye on this SPY. If Microsoft was our hope, we're in trouble. And not even seeing something on the 5-minute that's too worrisome, but it is curled down. Yo, oil was crazy, Raymond. I agree. That was crazy. Unemployment came out at 4.2. That is a slight increase, but then Jerome Powell talked right after and was like, that's right in line with that's pretty much bottom line unemployment. So we're good. So you had Jerome Powell come out and kind of just say it's okay. But I think people are, like I said, I still think this is all about tariff, right? Everyone's thinking tariff. So I think you need some news about tariffs in order to help this thing out. Microsoft and Google are holding up like, yeah, we're ready, do some good news, but they are starting to dip down again. Google actually holding better than Microsoft now on the short time frames. And GME, ooh, starting to roll a little bit. $1.36. If this is popping off. Maybe not very much increasing for GME. This one. Not bad. Pretty good. Sitting pretty good. Trump accepted the invitation. Thank you so much, Willow, for keeping us updated. Appreciate you being here, buddy. I'll read it out loud just so everyone can hear it. Agreed with Trump to discuss, sign bilateral agreement to concretize commitments on zero tariffs. Invites Trump to Vietnam. Says Trump is accepting the invitation or accepted the invitation. Hell yeah, Willow. Willow's got us, you know? And now, Daily News with Willow. Oh, wait, why am I looking at this? I'm not supposed to be looking at this. This is not nearly as important as this right now. Okay. Man, this kind of matters. I think Microsoft needs to see something in the next, like, 10 minutes. Something, some kind of life comes into it in, like, 10 minutes would be good, but that's going to be very tight. So you might need to make new signals. It could continue for a while. Look over at Google. Google, too. I think Google could see more dropping, but it's holding very, very well in the 5 minutes so far. We just need another confirmation for a 5 minute higher low. Now, it's a 5 minute chart. I don't read into that too much. Still looking for 30 minute and 2 hour confirmations there. Amazon dipped down to test the monthly expected move. The flagginess was kind of violated here, so we'll pay attention to that. What did Palantir do? Did Palantir break through? Palantir did break through. So Palantir needs to see good things like fast. You get a retest and you fall back down, that's going to be a problem for Palantir. So we need to see that thing get some positivity. See, I told you it's going to be stuck in my head. No, we need get a YouTube. Quick, put on a song before we keep singing those little Spanish songs. Oh, wait, I'm going to watch this guy for a brief moment. See what he has. And the first thing he said was trust the plan. GM brings jobs back. Now, yeah, and that is something to read into. The non-farm payrolls came in really, really high. See if he updated. 10% baseline tariff April 5th. Like midnight. April 9th at midnight, or April 9th at 12:01 a.m. Eastern time. Automobile tariff was right away. So that's probably why these companies are reacting. I want to see what companies. Sorry, I'm trying to read some stuff here. General Motors is increasing production in Indiana. Interesting. Okay. That was just someone doing a quick overview for a second, so I wanted to get a check. Jerome Powell did not say he is out, you're on your own, good luck. That is not at all what was said. He said, yeah, it's not prudent to overreact to something before we even see what that thing is. Most of the stuff isn't even solidified until April 9th, right? So, yeah, to react and say something like that would have been silly. GM also closed their Mexico facility. Can we look at NVIDIA? Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Let's go look over at NVIDIA for a brief moment, take a break from the SPY, get over a fresh look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA coming down, I'll look at it on my other charts as well for you. NVIDIA coming down, still just resting. This thing is just resting on a monthly expected move. I'm just going to let you guys know it is resting on a monthly expected move right now. So what we would like to see is you have no signals here. Right, so the only way that this really just goes like this, you need news, you need big buys to come in, you need news. You need something good to happen, right? Now, they might be exempt, at least, you know, for the time being. We'll see how that keeps unfolding. But the more likely thing would be to make reversal signals here, right? A V-shaped recovery is not the more likely thing all the time. It is more likely to see those dips and trips and traps and things like that. So just keep your awareness to that. This could take some time, and this could go into when? This could go into April 9th, which is actually right over here, right? April 9th is right here. So this could take its time. We could reject off that 5 still, turn back down, then see something happen later on after we sweep it out. And that could be the moment where it gets bad again, by the way. The moment that it gets bad, I don't like to take puts at a low point, right? I want to see it go up to that 5, then curl back down, and then that's the moment where it can get bad. But I'm just suggesting to pay attention to both sides, okay? We are down at a monthly expected move very, very early on in the month. We don't have reversal signals yet, so this could take its time here. But Microsoft and Google are already showing some stuff, and they're extended, so these things can take some time. Right, but looking at NVIDIA, you're just going, okay, there's no signal for reversal here. The daily scale is violating the divergence. This is pretty damn bad, but risk to reward wise, it says shorting here would be a silly thing. Starting a short position here would be silly, right? Even if you're late to the move, those traders, they wait for the 5, boom, right? So wait for the 5, boom. That would be the higher reward potential there, right? That would be the potential for better decision making from my standpoint. So even if we don't get a 30-minute pop, I'm not going to sit here and short at the lows, right? I want to see that pop. I want to see it drop back down, maybe little divergences up in here. Then we see it cross down, and just be aware that you're at a time where one little piece, and by little, I mean it's pretty big, right? One country's good news could lead to good things. One unexpected news drop could lead to good things. If, like, the European Union says we're going to decrease the amount we tariff the United States as long as they decrease theirs as well, that would be something good. So we'll read into it, but we don't see that happening. They have a very small negotiation window. They have to react quickly, so we most likely will see what is going to happen by April 9th. My position, the way I'm taking the trade, the plan for the trade is to wait until April 10th and see what I see. If I see reversal signals and they're confirming, that's a great thing for Amazon, right? Because this needs to take its time. It might need more time at these lower levels. We're going to get updated weekly expected moves. Weekly expected moves probably going to be very important. What if the SPY has a weekly expected move down at 500, right? And what if we curl up on the 30-minute, and then we curl down and we go to 500, and then we see this, right? That would be the next level that I see as pretty damn important, honestly. So that's the take for NVIDIA. It needs a V-shape or it needs to make some recovery signals, right? And it's down at the weekly expected move 4 days into the month. This is when I like to take risk. This is really something that usually excites me. Just the only reason it's not exciting me as much is because I thought a squeeze could happen pretty much any moment, right? I thought it could have happened anywhere down in here and even over in here, but it never confirmed back up right here, right? This is a 5-minute chart, but I chose to scale in to see if I could just manage my emotions through it. I chose a rough time to do it. That's perfectly fine with me. It's a test. I'm noticing I feel pretty good. I'm feeling good. What? We are not shorting the lows. Surely bring more jobs to America. However, the producer will be paying for the labor. I see this all the time. I see these tweets too that really bug me because it really shows how little people think of people who work these type of jobs. Okay, people are out there going, "Wow, the U.S. we just made, we became. It took us years to become a services provider, and now we're trying to bring manufacturing to make microwaves and BS and all this." I hate that standpoint because there are people who need to work those kinds of jobs to make money, and so doing that is not a bad thing. I really don't like the way we belittle things like that, right? Anyone who is working on anything and doing that for a consistent amount of time, we should technically applaud, especially if they are doing it well, especially if they are doing it to make money to feed their family in some way, right? And the way that I see it is all the big cats have made those huge margins. We've only seen the 1% get more one to where it's like super separation. You don't want that separation? Well, that separation started to take place when we started to do these things and ship these jobs overseas. That's where it really started to increase. Very slowly at first, then increase. Why did it increase so much? Why are all these jobs overseas now? Because it made the rich people more money. But it's hard to talk about these things on the internet because, 50 people are pretty 50-50, right? Overall, you'd say it's 50-50 on a lot of things, but that's how I see it. And that's how I'm going to read into it. I don't think it's as bad as it could be. And I think it's a good decision to try to get those things lowered. That's all I got to say. Yeah, you have to stop demonizing things that you see as stupid work. Someone that works at McDonald's, they need that money. Don't talk badly about them. You could say that is a low performance, low educated job, but also that is a very important job. Have you ever gone to McDonald's? Are you glad it's there back in the day? I'm sure you went to it a lot more often back in the day. I just really hate when people belittle things just because they think they're above it. And then they literally just pump it out like it's good content. And I'm like, that is really, really bad. It's just like everything else that's talked about like that. I think it's just awful. People are hurting right now, and people are rooting for jobs not to come back to the States. Like, that's crazy to me. These are active salute. Like, you hate the fact that Jerome Powell just sits and does nothing. What? So you wanted your president to sit around and do nothing while he watches everyone just get poorer and he gets richer? He doesn't like that. And I don't even know if he got richer with all this stuff going on. But still, the point is, giving Americans jobs is not a bad thing. And saying that those companies will have to make less margin and actually pay for American workers is not a bad thing, in my opinion. So that's about it. We don't have to go too deep into it. Everyone else can have their opinion. That's perfectly fine. I'm not going to talk about it any further than that because I know how I stand, and that's what's important to me. Yeah, Vietnam just got out. Oh, I didn't see Argentina, Sid. No, I'm not. I'm not even talking about. I think Jerome Powell is probably doing what he thinks is the best thing to do, but I just don't know enough information about it. Right? That's it. Right? I don't know enough behind the scenes to know why they are making the decisions that they are making. Maybe they are really worried. They want to keep things elevated. They don't want to cut rate. That's perfectly fine with me. I think he was very, weirdly enough, even though the last questions were kind of bleh, I don't mind the decision to not react here. Overreacting would have been a bad thing from Jerome Powell. So I actually respect what he did today. Just kind of being a calm face in the middle of all this chaos. Well, I think that's a whole different topic, Willow, and I'd agree with you on that too, right? Uh, if you know, the other thing is we don't know what the world would even be like without the Federal Reserve, technically, right? If you think in that type of fashion, it's just we have no idea because it didn't happen. Maybe we have an idea of it because we had a trajectory, but we have no idea. Now, I'm in agreement with you, Willow. I think we actually agree. We're just kind of talking about maybe things a little bit differently. And I'm just voicing it in real time. So I'm not having like a 30-minute sit down and really think about these topics, right? I'm just trying to overall give discussion. And I'd agree with you, you know? But I don't know what that world would have looked like. And that goes true for everything that people say we should have done this in history. You don't know what the world would have looked like in the future. You just don't know. And it's impossible to say you really do know with 100% certainty. Only time we were debt free was when we had no central bank. See, and I think we're in agreement with the growth. I'm fine, and I think we both agree we like the advancement of society. I just think it was too fast, and I think that central bank allowed it to be really, really fast and allowed some people to take advantage of the system. That's all. But look over at Microsoft one more time. NVIDIA, nice little move here. Let's see if that's able to base out down here in some way. Still think a 30-minute divergence makes a lot of sense there. Okay, Microsoft. Able to confirm back up, checking the RSI, held the divergence point, so we'll see how that performs. I don't know. I don't know about educated. I'm more of just a curious person, so I look. You know, I just look and I think about things probably because of how I was raised and all that stuff, and that's how we think about things differently. Facts, chew toy. Kind of facts. Well, I don't think the necessities that would be affected, we'd have to look at that individually. Thoughts on Upstart? I'll go look at my other chart real quick. UPST, if I'm not mistaken. It's in the same kind of boat as everything else, my dude. So you have no basing out signals from the 30-minute. You have no basing out signals from the 2-hour, and you have a daily divergence only on the MACD. Are you at a good level? Yes, you are at the lows from September, from last September. This is a potential for support here. But this is where you could catch that bounce and then turn down. You got to see if you make a floor here or if you V-shape. V-shape is hard to catch, so you're watching a daily chart. See if that can get back above the 5, back above the 9, and then you got to take back that 200. But as far as it goes right now for that one, you kind of look at this and I'll pull it over. You kind of look at this and you go, there's nothing down here to go off of. There's nothing down here to really go off of because we violated it so much on the RSI. But you look on the daily scale and you go, that's pretty low, right? You go, wow, that's the low from September where we saw that big boom. We're at those levels again, so we'll see what happens. It looks really bad, but is it as bad as it seems to be in the next few days? by, say, April 9th, April 10th. Sorry, Tom. Sorry, Tom. Not good with compliments. Never have been. Someone says, you look good. I'm like, thank you. Someone says, here's $1 million. I'm like, thank you. Someone says, this is awful. I go, okay. I've always been that way. My wife is a gift giver, and I am terrible at receiving gifts. BlackBerry, what's that been doing? I'm gonna look on my other chart. I might bring it over. There's a BB. A BB. Hello, BlackBerry. Hey, that 5-minute lower high, maybe. BlackBerry. See, weirdly enough, BlackBerry at least has some stuff going on, like something that looks like something. But the 2-hour just looks so weak there. So I'd look at, investment perspective again. Are you testing a breakout area? I think you would want to reach down a little bit further, maybe to 260. But it's actually finding that support from the breakout of December 16th. So we'll see if that actually holds as support. You don't have reversal signals, but that is a level that you really, you retested 268, and then you saw a big confirmation to get above that $3. And from that $3, you just boomed for a little while. So you're back down to that point. I'm probably telling you stuff you already know, right, Willow? Now, is this consolidative to head lower? That's the question here. Still at 1.36 pretty much. That's kind of wild. Yeah, so Bitcoin's still holding very, very nicely here. And I was watching this 2-hour last night while I was playing games with my wife. I was watching this 2-hour last night, just going, man, if that 2-hour curls up, it's still pretty close to that center line. Looking at the 4-hour, just going, man, if that 4-hour can curl up, that looks really, really good soon. And that's what's interesting to me, Bitcoin not seeing any kind of big dump. I haven't looked at MSTR in a while, but MSTR here holding pretty damn well, actually. Not bad. Now, it's kind of sad to not see a full double bottom type of move. You are getting that to pull back on, say, a 4-hour. Your 2 hours looking a little bit deep now. But weirdly enough, you have divergence on the RSI. It's just not on the MACD at the same time, right? So this is one, maybe we see if we can find it a little smoother on an hourly chart. And look at that. Your hourly chart looks beautiful. Now, no confirmation yet, so you would say this is bad right now, but I'm aware of how to react if it turns up, and then I know how to manage a trade if it starts to go wrong, right? The way that MSTR is setting up right now with this hourly chart is suggesting that we're going to get some kind of news over the weekend. That's how MSTR is positioning. That's how it looks with, actually, I think even Google and Microsoft look like they could take their time. But if they confirm up, they would be suggesting, hey, we could see some good things over the weekend. Now, that's a suggestion. If the good news never comes, it can all just unconfirm and turn right back down. That's the management of risk coming in there for that being potential there. All right, we're pretty much squeezing to the downside now. You see how we're just trailing down while this is still kind of going up? That's kind of like a little squeezing type of behavior for the 5-minute. Microsoft, I think, has given up that again, right? Curled up. Bad confirmation on the Microsoft 5-minute, so not even a good confirmation. Coin, do you agree the daily chart, RSI, and MACD look bullish? Well, let's look, because crypto looks interesting. Bitcoin looks interesting. MSTR looks interesting. And GME looks interesting, which that's pretty much what? MSTR now? For this guy here, looking at the daily chart, it's pretty tight, but it's there. I see what you're seeing. This is the first crossover. Want to see? Oh, it's coming into those lows. Probably some support there. Probably some people wanting to buy maybe for the investment side. I still would be looking for that confirmation or looking at a 2-hour chart to give me a signal. Hey, look at that. We see the 2-hour chart. Maybe because it's really tight, I just spread it out a little bit and I go hourly chart. Okay, hourly chart is showing it. So coin, even coin is showing the hourly divergence. Has this confirmed yet? No, it has not confirmed. So this means right now the price action is, or the momentum, I guess, would more so be saying we still have the chance to move lower. We need to see something different, something that changes that. and that would be taking back the 5-day moving average with this hourly divergence. All right, so we'll see what happens with that, but it's good to see. Even coin is showing it as well. So crypto might be giving us some hints here. Crypto can move differently than the stock market, just so you are aware. I'm not using that. I'm using Microsoft and Google as my hints. Maybe season 9, we'll see. Junior, I can't see your message. Maybe you accidentally typed a couple of spaces. H, hopefully you saw that. Hopefully you saw that a little bit. Give coin a shot for an investment. Yeah, you got to make those decisions for yourself. But the way I see it, I like to wait for confirmation unless I'm seeing something on the shorter time frames. I have weekly or monthly expected moves. I could risk to reward the first buy or something like that, and then scale in. So I do things differently than you. Just keep that in mind. And I don't have monthly expected moves for coin, just so you are aware. Okay. H, thanks for the thumbs up. Bitcoin going to 30K, man. 16K was the last low after the cycle, 70K at the high. It's going to take time, but watch. I do have a buy zone for Bitcoin in an actual crash scenario. My buy zone is rather large. It's kind of a, hey, just start to accumulate level. That is down towards that 15K or down towards these this trend line right here. But that, these are just suggested things for the future for me. These are just suggested things. I'm not saying that it has to go down to 15K. I'm just saying if it did, I'm going to make that bright and purple and understand, hey, no matter what everyone's saying in the media, grab a couple Bitcoin, maybe grab 5, That's all that is, just so you're aware. I think that a lot of things are invested in crypto that I think it's starting to get less and less likely to get down to these. I think like a 40, 50, this little zone in here, maybe something like that. Maybe we lose that for a moment, go down into 35K or something like that. There's a lot that can develop over time. So we don't want to go too in depth with that right now. All right, 5 minute. This thing curls down. Looks like you are pretty set for that 500 level. If even this 5 minute curls down, you can get to that 500 level. We'll see. As of right now, we have taken out the low. If this would reverse back around for any reason on this 5 minute, it would be considered a rejection, and we would see if that can take back probably this in here, right? Can we get back above these levels? Can we get back above this line? And can we go test that 5-day moving average on Monday? That would all be very interesting to me. I refuse to short NVIDIA with this drop. I'm not a day trader, so nope. You're asking the wrong guy. If you have probably a VWAP, I'm sure you saw that 5 minute go up to a VWAP from the anchor from yesterday's close. I'm sure that anchor from yesterday's close is probably right around that 96.3, and then people probably shorted around that area. That's a better thing to do potentially, right? That's more of day trader style. I am not someone who likes to day trade. I apologize. Yeah, you're not that guy, pal. All right? But I appreciate you putting it out there, all right? Nick, I appreciate you putting it out there. I do. I'm a position guy, and I'm trying to do a longer position right now and scaling into the upside. So we're just too different in that trading style. I hope you are successful though, Nick. All right? I hope you are successful. I genuinely do. I hope that everyone's able to make decisions over a long period of time that benefit them. Yeah, exactly. Willow's maybe got that, Is that what you like, Willow? More day trading style, right? It seems like you're flipping back and forth a decent amount this week, so I assume you were selling those rips or shorting the rips. I had to, oh shit, I haven't looked at the DAX in 2 days. It's been too distracting over here. Oh, bam, look at that. Hey, that was very good. Did we go down to our point? Yeah, we went right down to it. So we broke this. We thought, hey, you might hold up in this little area, but we were liking in here. Liking that 200 still. That was a big drop. I do it all. That's what's up, Willow. I like it. Damn, how'd that go for you, Duranto? Did it go pretty well? Imagine that headline. Circuit breaker. Imagine that headline. I don't think it will be all over for the DAX. And I mean, unless, you got to see what happens. No, it took profit early. Hey, that's all right. Profit's profit, At least you saw it. And now you get to see it at those cheaper prices. Then you can see how it behaves, see if it wants to turn around. But I believe the DAX had, I'm going to check over here just so we're not moving around too much. The DAX had the daily divergence. I remember that. Was it on the weekly? I don't recall. Oh, yeah, this is a weekly pullback. So really, I mean, this could go all the way down to like 19.7K or even 18.9K would be nice. And then you're just looking for that weekly chart to be able to base out at some point. If you see like a daily divergence down there, that would be fantastic. That would be really, really nice for that one. Means it might not be all over for it, but you always got to pay attention to if it's giving you the signs of, hey, I want to turn around. Looks like gold might go for another test of that weekly move. Microsoft and Google. Google starting to break down to that weekly expected move again. Just got a tag of it. Saw a little tiny wick on a 5-minute for it. So we'll see. Good stuff. Pretty fun. It's an interesting day. Hey, this is better than one of those days, remember when we were doing the all-day stream? We were just kind of like doing those little squeezes for a second, like a long time ago. And it was just like, well, we see a move and then we just sit there and watch it like slowly go up by like 1% for an entire day. Oh man, that's some dry price action. But we liked it back then, right? We liked it back then because we were part of the move, so. Oh my goodness. All right, we are officially below that wick as well. This is where it could get interesting. That's why I wanted to stay for another few minutes at least. GME is still holding that 5. That's crazy. AMC dropping off. Coin looking okay. MSTR looking okay. Nvidia still holding it. Still holding it. That's crazy to me. Everything looks eerily kind of similar with just slight differences, which is kind of wild. QQQ. SPY. Yeah, so full acknowledge, looking at the 500 level, but the only thing that we're paying attention to now is as well, while we take out this low, what happens next? Shoot, I got to go in like 10 minutes, but oh man, I hope this doesn't get too interesting. I'll be bummed out, but I got to go help out. So I won't be bummed out. I got to go hang out with my daughter. Who at the end of the day, money's money. I'm positioned with an amount of money that's not going to hurt me. So, hey, go hang out with baby girl, Have a good day. Why watch everything bleed when I could go watch Prende Peke? Oh, yay. Ooh. Let's go against the market. Hold Amazon. We'll try to believe in it. Yeah, I wish I knew a little bit more, Jonna, but what I would overall just be going is like, if it's not an amount of money that totally ruins you, figure out what goes wrong, see if you need to switch to more of an investment style type thing, and look at some stocks that you really like that are showing some good things. Like, I think Nike might be an opportunity, and that's kind of crazy, but Nike might be like a year-long opportunity. Like, I think there are still opportunities out there. It's like Microsoft and Google are both showing potential for opportunity. You just got to see if those confirmations happen. Looks like 500 is necessary. Well, it just depends on if the goal is to take out this low. And then really we want to see if this can get back into this area. It will tell us a good amount, right? If this gets the 5% close, that would be crazy. And you got to watch out for Monday still, right? It doesn't mean it's all over. And that's why the position sizing, I think right now, very, very important. Yeah, NVIDIA could show something good, but right now it's just at a monthly move and you have no reversal signal. So you're looking for like, hey, can that V shape pretty much is what you got going on there, which seems to be a lot of semiconductors have that type of look. I think we even looked at Taiwan and stuff like that. But yeah, that's the troublesome thing. Okay, let's look at volatility again here. Volatility for the time being, 15-minute curl up could be the time where we just shoot down to 500 for the SPY. SPY and volatility kind of moving up at the same time. Oh, I'm so excited to eat some good food. I have not eaten today. I'm stupid, but I have not eaten today. Big ass cup of coffee and then hung with you guys the whole time. But I haven't felt hungry until just now because my brain's been stimulated, you know, by that vigoring conversation with Jerome Powell about his tie. Nah. All right, let's go back over to Microsoft on my other screen here. Let's see if that thing can confirm. You kind of lost it on the MACD, just so you are aware. So, oh wait, that's a 15-minute. I'm sorry. You still have it on the MACD. Sorry about that. I was on a 15-minute chart. 5-minute has confirmed up. You did hold the divergence points, just so you can be aware of why we utilize weekly expected moves and look for things that set up by them. This can easily fail, but we do look for these. This is something that I utilize to scale into a first position. Then I normally look for confirmation, and then I can add more to that position. Also, keeping in mind that we could spend a lot of time down here, and I'm going into a risky part, right? This is a risky time. Therefore, position size very important, but I just wanted to show you guys that real quick. Microsoft is holding everything on the 5-minute. It's a 5-minute chart. Take it with a damn grain of salt, okay? You need to see good price action and good news for this thing to get going. Well, it's just the VIX is behaving like it is one of those 15% moments, Remy, and the fact that it continued today, you would still say it is calling that, but you are in that 15%. So it's still the same percentage, but right now that percentage is in the 15%. That's the bad part. No, Rumble is just another live stream. Okay, Barca man. Now, normally we would go off of the live stream like in the morning around, 2 hours after the open, and then we would stream in the afternoon on Rumble. But I wanted to stick around for Jerome Powell. I wanted to stick around and see how throughout the day behaved. And I was planning on going all day on YouTube today. So we won't have a Rumble stream today. But if you click the link in the description and just make a little account there, follow my channel there, you can join us for more videos like this at the close, right? Normally it will be at the close. I apologize, but wifey's she's not really that sick anymore. She's just run down. When you're just getting out of being sick, you're a little run down, and baby girl is feeling way better all of a sudden. Like she was sick for a few days over the weekend for the first time, so we had to deal with it. And then she got better, and she literally was bouncing off the walls. I'm not saying figuratively. I mean literally. She was like hitting, like smacking on the back door, then running over to me, then jumping up, wanting to be thrown around, then playing with her little drum thing. And I was just like, Jesus, this girl is crazy. And my wife is sitting there just like dying. So I think Ari got her sick. Yeah, Barca, it's just it's just more access. And it's mainly just to say, hey, if anything ever went wrong with YouTube, that's a place we go. So we do that in the afternoons. Yeah, everyone is welcome there. It is completely free. It's all up to you if you want to come join us over there. It's a good time. I think it's been a good time. It's been pretty fun. I like watching the close, but the only problem in this environment is we're only seeing that move in the last, we're only seeing volume in the last 5 minutes of the day. Hopefully today is a lot different. We'll have to find out. Let's see. Let's check on the Googs. The Googs is doing the same thing, getting a touch of the weekly expected move, holding the divergence point, but not really the best divergence. So more of a higher low, weirdly enough, on the 5 minute. That's kind of wild. Amazon dipping back down, testing that monthly expected move now twice in this next, right here at 11:45, and then more test towards 12:20, and then we'll see what happens from here. Looking for a higher low confirmation there as well. We'll find out. The thing is, we'll probably look back in hindsight and be like, oh, this was obvious. You know, that's kind of a, it's more what do you see right now? You can really put yourself in a bad mental space trading and looking back and being like, I should have. Oh, this was so obvious. Yeah, but at the time it wasn't obvious. You got to see what things are obvious to you right now. Nasdaq entering bear market territory. Yeah, you're getting close. Could have, should have, and would have does not exist in reality. All right. Well, that's actually where I have to call it for the day, guys. I do appreciate you guys being here. I think we had some fun today. I think everyone had a pretty good headspace about it, and that's awesome. But yeah, we just have to see how this plays out and give it a little bit of time. It's been a couple of days, right? And we're already seeing Vietnam come to the table. That is a great sign. We still have a bunch of other countries that said we're coming to the table. This is a great sign. But we need to see those things produce, right? And so if I was looking at anything today, right, and saying, hey, maybe Rister, I'd still be paying attention to the Microsoft and the Google. I would really see how that shapes up by the end of the day and see what happens in the last hour. I will have to go spend some time with family. So I do appreciate you guys being here and sticking with me through the 5 hours that we were live today. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry we won't be able to be on Rumble in a little bit. And I'm sorry, Richard, it didn't end up being all day. We got to take care of the girls first. And so I'm going to go do that. I'm probably ending up going grocery shopping for them and everything. So I look forward to looking at what happens towards the end of the day and talking about it over the weekend. And maybe we can go in depth on Saturday's video, and then we will get you guys updated weekly expected moves. Weekly expected moves are proving to be very important. Microsoft, this weekly expected move will change. Okay, so if Microsoft is going to dip even lower, we're going to have to see if that's going to happen, right? We have to find the next level for next week where options are pricing in how high or low this could go. Right now, Microsoft is sitting right on that weekly expected move for the time being. So just be aware of that. I think the almost same thing goes for Google. Same thing goes for Google. You see Google remaining right on that weekly expected move right here. So we're watching it, right? But the important thing is you want a daily curl up. You need the 2 hour to be able to curl up. And crypto is kind of saying we're going to see something over the weekend. I think Google is saying I could have a lot of time here. I could have a few days. So just be aware of that. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. I hope you guys have a great, great day. I really, really do. And might catch you on Rumble later. We won't be live on Rumble today. We normally are, though, just so you're aware. We won't be live on Rumble today, but you know, next week, it'll be a whole new week. I'm sure Wifey will be feeling better, and we'll be live on Rumble for the closing stream next week, just like normal. So thank you guys. Have a great one. Peace out. Holy crap, what a stream. My goodness. Happy Friday and good weekend to all of you guys. Same to you guys, right? Everyone have a good one, right? Have a good weekend. Turn a negative into a positive if you have to today, but I appreciate you guys being here. Talk to you guys later. Peace.